Chapter 32-26. The Ancient Tablet of Inheritance. Linghu Clan. Yi Xian was eating heartily while listening to the conversation at the table in the distance. The feeling in his heart at this time was really difficult to describe. Listening to the conversation, this so-called Linghu clan was obviously extraordinary. They were actually the leaders of the entire dynasty more than 2,000 years ago in the field of gene cultivation fluids, the first existence to formulate a level 9 gene cultivation fluid. No wonder Chief Hu reacted so strongly when he heard him mention Linghu Chang's name. However, the strange disappearance of the Linghu clan must be a secret, so the name of Linghu had long disappeared. Even when Yi Xian casually searched the Federation Star Network before, he couldn't find this information. It was obvious that someone deliberately erased it. A random alias actually caused this kind of disturbance, which really made Yi Xian speechless. But this didn't matter, it was just an alias anyway. The most important thing was to enter this time's top aristocratic exchange and obtain various secret techniques related to gene cultivation fluids. Just now, he heard those guys whispering that in addition to the 16 top aristocratic families and forces, there seemed to be 10 rogue cultivator spots to compete for. Once he went back and inquired about it, this matter would be settled. Thinking like this, Yi Xian suddenly became focused and didn't have the mood to pay attention to what Tuoba Lin Feng and the others were whispering. The table of top delicacies and wine in front of him was exchanged with a level 9 9-colored jade. Although he had a lot of 9-colored jade, he couldn't waste them. It was rare to be extravagant, so he must not treat himself unfairly. So, Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and began to concentrate on tasting the delicious food in front of him. Sometimes, he would pour a cup of top-grade spirit wine. The taste was simply too good, and even he was a little intoxicated. On the side, Tuoba Lin Feng and the others also recovered from the shock. Seeing Yi Xian drinking the spirit wine and eating the top-grade delicacies without paying attention to them, these guys gradually adapted. No one provoked Yi Xian again, and they chatted happily. Not long after, Tuoba Lin Feng mentioned the Medicine King's relics that someone had just asked about. He even deliberately mentioned the way to obtain the 10 rogue cultivators' quotas. When he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at Yi Xian. This included the Heaven Battle Planet's other two first-rate aristocratic families, the young masters of the Gongyang and Longyu clans. This caused Yi Xian's heart to tremble slightly. The three great families of the Heaven Battle Planet seemed to be a bit abnormal. They appeared to be somewhat nervous, as if they were extremely eager for him to compete for one of the 10 loose cultivator spots and use this opportunity to enter the conference. What was hidden in this? Was it related to the Linghu clan? Or was he being too sensitive, oversensitive? The Medicine King's relics is located in the void not far from the Heaven Battle Planet. It is a void's secret realm. Our Tuoba clan accidentally discovered it. After entering it, we brought out a Medicine King's steel. This is clearly an inheritance, and it is suspected to be extremely ancient. Since it dares to use the name Medicine King, it shows how mysterious it is. It should be a place left behind by an ancient cultivation camp's alchemy inheritance. Our Tuoba clan only entered the periphery and was unable to enter further. It is not a matter of whether one's cultivation is strong or not, but every step in this inheritance land requires a certain level of achievement in alchemy. Only then will the subsequent passages open. Our great families are the top forces in the science and technology camp that research genetic cultivation fluids, but we all know that when it comes to true alchemy, the alchemy faction of the cultivation camp is the real terror. If the alchemy faction of the cultivation camp were to research the genetic cultivation fluid, I think at least half of the 16 great families in the science and technology camp would be squeezed out. Unfortunately, they think too highly of themselves and always think that alchemy is the right path. In their eyes, the genetic cultivation fluid of our science and technology camp is not even a pill, so they disdain to research it. Although facts have already proven that this is a fallacy, we have to admit that the alchemy faction of the cultivation camp is indeed unique in the field of alchemy. They are stronger than us. And this Medicine King's relics is clearly the top inheritance of the alchemy faction of the cultivation camp. It is suspected to have originated from the primordial era and is extremely rare. Although it is now in the control of our science and technology camp Starfield, it is inevitable that the alchemy faction of the cultivation camp will secretly enter after a long time. Once he gets the core inheritance of the relics, we will have nothing to gain and will only be making a wedding dress for others. Our Tuoba clan can be considered to have quite an achievement in the concoction of the genetic cultivation fluid. However, even if we put a few elders in the clan together, we could only break through the periphery of the Medicine King's relics. When we reached the edge of the core area, we could not advance any further. But even so, the Medicine King's tablet that we brought out still had a major breakthrough under the careful study of the elders. It allowed us to skip the 9th level of the fluid and concoct the 10th level fluid in one fell swoop. You must know that this Medicine King's tablet is just a road sign that casually stands in the periphery area. It can only be considered an ordinary thing. The real treasure and inheritance are still in the core area and have not been revealed. That is why our Tuoba clan has invited the top forces and families behind you this time. No matter what, we will work together to develop this Medicine King's relics, so that it will not be obtained by the alchemy faction of the cultivation camp in the future. After all, this time, that good-for-nothing Long Xian has caused the relationship between the cultivation camp and the science and technology camp to fall into an unprecedented tension. The human race is about to be divided by him. Oh, right, even Ziying was bullied by him. Our 16 great families are of the same breath and branch. Sister Ziying was bullied by that Long Xian. I'm sure everyone is as angry as I am about this matter, right? So what if he is a direct descendant of the imperial family? He acted recklessly, but in the end, didn't he still get sent away? If I meet that Long Xian, I will definitely teach him a lesson and vent my anger for Sister Ziying. This guy was obviously doing it deliberately. He was talking about the Medicine King's relics, but suddenly he changed the topic and mentioned the imperial family, Long Xian, and then turned to the purplish warbler. The heirs of the top families were stunned at first, then their faces became a little strange. They all stole glances at the purplish warbler. The latter had been stunned for a long time. For a time, he did not know how to respond, especially when the other heirs present gave him a strange look. It was obvious that Tuoba Lingfeng's words reminded them of everything that happened between Long Xian and the purplish warbler. This matter was spread like wildfire outside, and the Xianyuan family's face could be said to be lost. Tuoba Linfeng thought that his goodwill would move the goddess, but he did not expect that the flattery would end up making the purplish warbler a little angry. I'm sorry, I suddenly feel a little unwell, so I won't accompany you. Goodbye. The purplish warbler glared at Tuoba Linfeng fiercely. He did not give him any face at all. As he spoke, he got up and left. Chapter 32:27. The rhythm of being crippled, puff puff. When Yi Xian heard Tuoba Linfeng suddenly mention him, and his words were so impolite as he clamored to teach him a lesson, anger arose in Yi Xian's heart. Before he could flare up, he saw Tuoba Linfeng unexpectedly flattering the horse. He was embarrassed on the spot and couldn't hold it in for a moment before laughing out loud. Not only did the people at that table hear it, but even the waiters in the distance also heard it. Their faces were strange, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to look in this direction. However, their lips were all tightly pursed, and it was obvious that they were also on the verge of laughing out loud. Tuoba Linfeng realized that he had been a little too stupid, exposing the scars of the purplish warbler in front of everyone. Originally, he wanted to show goodwill, but in the end, he had offended the goddess. After he realized this, he naturally didn't feel angry towards Xianyuan Ziying any longer, and he only felt guilt. At the same time, he blamed himself for being hot-headed and actually making such a low-level mistake. I'm afraid that everyone present here is doubting my intelligence right now. Especially that annoying guy suspected to be from the Linghu clan. he actually laughed in front of everyone without any scruples, which was tantamount to slapping his face in front of everyone. For a time, all the anger in Tuoba Lingfeng's heart was directed at Yi Xian. The young master of the Linghu clan indeed made him afraid, but that was before. Now that he was enraged, Tuoba Linfeng couldn't care less. Although the fall of the Linghu clan in one night was closely related to the three great families of the heaven-warring planet, more than 2,000 years had passed, and there might not be anyone who knew the secret of that year. There was no need for him to feel guilty. Besides, even if they knew, the Linghu clan was no longer the only overlord in the field of alchemy 2,000 years ago. On the contrary, their Tuoba clan had now produced a grade 10 elixir, and their status was the same as the Linghu clan of the past. Everything had been reversed, so the one who should be afraid should be the Linghu clan's young master in front of him. What's more, whether this person's identity was real or fake was still unknown. In terms of cultivation base, he had even less to fear. His opponent was only a rank 3 black hole, but he was a rank 9 black hole great perfection. He could crush him with one hand. Under such circumstances, he was embarrassed and angry, yet he encountered the other party's unbridled and provocative ridicule in public. No matter how good a person's temper was, they would still explode. These thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Tuoba Linfeng steeled his heart and got up to slap Yi Xian's table not far away. He roared, "Linghu Chong, do you think I'm made of clay? Over and over again, you're simply courting death." Boom! A blue palm shadow, about 10 feet in size, whizzed out. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived above Yi Xian's head and slammed down from the sky. Yi Xian did not care about it at all. In a place like the Clear River Pavilion, one had to collect a level 7 purple star core origin just to walk around the 18th floor. It would be strange if there was no defense formation here. It was impossible to allow diners to fight here. Once someone made a move, the formation would be activated. It was impossible for Tuoba Linfeng not to know, but he forgot about it in a moment of anger. Wang! Sure enough, before Tuoba Linfeng's blue palm landed, the entire 18th floor of the Clear River Pavilion resounded with a buzzing sound. A huge silver light shield flashed out of thin air, enveloping the entire 18th floor. An invisible power appeared above Yi Xian's head like a shield, easily helping him to block the falling blue palm. Boom! With a light sound, there was not even a ripple of energy. The power of Tuoba Linfeng's blue palm dissipated in an instant, not even setting off a ripple. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. To have such power, even if it was not a universe realm expert, it was at least the power of the 13th Genesis realm, or even the 14th cosmic realm. To be able to set up such a powerful defense formation, whether it was done by himself or by someone else, the owner of the Clear River Pavilion was definitely not ordinary. As the blue palm dissipated, the silver light of the defense formation that enveloped the entire 18th floor also disappeared in an instant. It did not take the initiative to attack Tuoba Linfeng. That was obviously impossible. The reason why the defense formation was set up here was to prevent private fights. How could it take the initiative to attack the attacker? However, if Tuoba Linfeng made a move again, the silver light of the defense formation would appear again. Although it would not attack him, all the power he blasted out would be blocked, which was also very embarrassing. Therefore, even though Tuoba Linfeng was gnashing his teeth in anger, he still endured it. It was a futile effort. He had already tried it once, so how could he try it again? Young Master Tuoba, you have gone too far. Just at this moment, manager who walked over with a gloomy face. He first bowed to Yi Xian to express his apology, and then turned to look at Tuoba Linfeng who was gnashing his teeth. He continued in a deep voice, "My Clear River Pavilion has been established in Heaven Battle Emperor's capital for more than 2,000 years. During this period of time, there have been a total of 3 private fights between guests. 2 of them did not listen to advice and were stubborn. In the end, after 3 provocations, they were killed on the spot by the formation. The other time, the person who attacked activated the defensive formation twice. Although he was not killed, he was still severely injured. I have to remind young Master Tuoba that you have already made a move once, and the formation did not backfire. If there is a second time, I am afraid you will be seriously injured and crawl out of Clear River Pavilion. If there is a third time, I don't need to say more about the consequences. Young Master Tuoba, please respect yourself. In addition, all the people who have made a move in Clear River Pavilion will be blacklisted as unwelcome. From now on, if young Master Tuoba has any banquets, please change to another one. After that, manager who turned around and was about to leave. Only now did Tuoba Linfeng panic. What kind of place was Clear River Pavilion? It was the top venue in the entire Heaven Battle planet. Even if the Empire's crown prince held a banquet here, he would not accept reservations. Only when the person arrived and there was an empty seat could he fulfill his wish. He was still young. If he was blacklisted, it would be fine if he took the initiative to invite someone to a banquet. Although it was somewhat sullen, it was not unacceptable. But what if he came to a banquet for someone else? This was not up to him. Once the top nobles of Heaven Battle Planet invited someone to a banquet, it would basically be held here. If he was blacklisted, wouldn't he be directly expelled from the entire Heaven Battle Planet? He did not even have the qualifications to enter other people's banquets. Over time, who would invite him? This was simply the rhythm of completely crippling him. Thinking of this, Tuoba Linfeng immediately chased after him and tried to explain, Manager Hu, this is a misunderstanding. Young Master Tuoba, please respect yourself and don't break the rules of Clear River Pavilion. Chief Hu stopped walking and turned around to glance at him. If you continue to pester me, I'm afraid that you'll implicate your table mates and blacklist them as well. Ah. Chapter 32-28. Translator, Henyu Translations Editor, Henyu Translations List of Medicine King Stewart who didn't pay attention to the dumbfounded Tuoba Linfeng. Instead, he walked over to Yi Xian's table with a smile on his face and politely apologized a few more times. In the end, he brought up the main matter and said that the owner of the Clear River Pavilion, Mr. Hu, wanted to personally invite him to a banquet in order to express his apology. He hoped that Yi Xian could come over whenever he was free. After that, supervisor Hu did not say anything more. He looked at Yi Xian meaningfully, then nodded and left. Yi Xian frowned. The owner of Clear River Pavilion obviously had an extraordinary identity. He was at least an old monster who had lived for more than 2,000 years. After all, Clear River Pavilion was built by him more than 2,000 years ago. Wait. A thought suddenly flashed through Yi Xian's mind. 2,000 years ago. Was it a coincidence? Legend had it that the Linghu clan was destroyed overnight more than 2,000 years ago, and this Clear River Pavilion happened to be built at that time. The surname of Clear River Pavilion supervisor was Hu, and the owner called himself Mr. Hu. Was this Hu related to Linghu clan's Linghu clan? Coincidentally, he came to the Clear River Pavilion today under the name of Linghu Chong. When Steward Hu heard it, he was caught off guard and reacted too strongly. Then, Tuoba Linfeng made a move. Although Steward Hu did things according to the rules of the Clear River Pavilion, he warned Tuoba Linfeng not to say too much, so as not to implicate the people at the same table. It was impossible that supervisor Hu did not know the identity of those guys. On the surface, it seemed that he was warning Tuoba Linfeng, but after thinking about it carefully, it was obvious that he was trying to show goodwill to Yi Xian. He was willing to offend the top gene fluid research families in the entire dynasty. But why did he do all this? Did they not put these families in their eyes at all? Or was it because Yi Xian said the name of Linghu clan, which was enough to make them look coldly at these families? No matter what the reason was, one thing was basically certain. Mr. Hu, the owner of Clear River Pavilion, was very likely to be related to the legendary Linghu clan that had disappeared for more than 2,000 years. Thinking of this, Yi Xian smiled bitterly in his heart. He did not know whether this was a blessing or a curse. He had just randomly picked a surname, but he did not expect to cause such trouble. Although the other party had only said that they wanted to invite him to a banquet as an apology. However, with the Clear River Pavilion's foundation and connections in the Heaven War planet, if the other party harbored malicious intentions, it would be impossible for Yi Xian to leave the Heaven War imperial capital without anyone knowing. Of course, he still had the ability to warp through space coordinates, but in that case, once he activated it, he would either go to the Death Star vortex or directly go to the black hole of life in the first universe. Wouldn't this trip to the Heaven Battle planet be for naught? Yi Xian would never have done this if it weren't for the fact that he was in a life and death situation. It seemed that he had no choice but to make a trip to the Clear River Pavilion after he was done with the matters at hand. However, he was not afraid of this matter. On the one hand, it was not necessarily a bad thing. Even if there was danger, he could just use the universe coordinate jump ability to escape. As long as the matter was done, it didn't matter if he left or not. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly felt relieved and no longer paid attention to this matter. He turned his head and glanced at Tuoba Lin Feng, who was gnashing his teeth and glaring at him. Linghu Chong, the enmity between you and me is completely settled today. I hope you are really a descendant of the Linghu clan from more than 2,000 years ago. Even if you are not, since you dare to use the name of Linghu and call yourself young Master Linghu, then you should not be absent from the Medicine King Peak this time. Glaring fiercely at Yi Xian, Tuoba Lin Feng sneered, in addition to the 16 top forces, there are 10 rogue cultivators who can enter the Medicine King's remains. From the day after tomorrow, which is 3 days before the Medicine King Peak, all rogue cultivators can sign up to compete. As long as you can leave your name on the Medicine King's monument, you will be eligible to participate in the Medicine King Summit. The top 10 will be able to follow the 16 top forces to explore the Medicine King's remains. Don't let me down. After that, Tuoba Lin Feng did not stay any longer and immediately turned around and left. The other heirs of the top clans and powers at his table also lost their interest. They looked at Yi Xian with strange expressions, and their faces were filled with bad luck as well. They flicked their sleeves and left. Not only did they not gain anything from this meal, but they were also almost blacklisted by Qingjiang Pavilion. These heirs of the top forces were also sullen and extremely unhappy. The Medicine King's list on the Medicine King's monument. As long as you can get on the list, you will be eligible to enter the Medicine King Peak. And the top 10 are actually able to enter the Medicine King's ruins together with these 16 first-rate families and powers to explore. Hee, it's a bit interesting. As he muttered these words, Yi Xian coincidentally finished eating most of the top-notch delicacies on the table. There was only a pot of top-notch spirit wine left, so he didn't waste it. In any case, he had the image of a rough man. He immediately stood up, twisted the pot of top-notch spirit wine, and drank as he walked down the stairs. That back showed a strong sense of unruly freedom, which was dazzling. At the same time, in a pavilion on the 18th floor of Qingjiang Pavilion, 2 figures were hidden in the darkness. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but judging from the figure, the one slightly behind should be Supervisor Hu. He bowed slightly and seemed to be extremely respectful. The figure half a step in front was extremely stalwart, with his hands behind his back. Looking at the back, he should be a middle-aged man in his 40s. At this time, the man suddenly spoke in a light tone, without any sadness or joy. Look at this guy, does he look like him? This is hard to say. Sure enough, it was Supervisor Hu's voice. He obviously knew that the former was asking about Yi Xian, so he did not dare to say more. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Sir, there were indeed a few people who escaped from my Linghu clan, but this does not mean anything. I think this matter must be investigated in detail. Of course it must be investigated. The middle-aged expert, who was called Mr. by Director Hu and suspected to be the master of Clear River Pavilion, nodded his head. There was still no sadness or joy in his tone. But I think his figure and style as a Jianghu hero are quite similar to that of the former family master. Alas, if the former family master didn't have such a temperament, he wouldn't have been. I hope that he is the descendant of the master of the Linghu clan. If so, I have been running Qingjiang Pavilion carefully for more than 2,000 years and secretly collecting a lot of information. I only hope to find some clues to prove that the wish of the old master of the Linghu clan can finally be fulfilled. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Mr. Hu, please don't say that. Although you are not a member of my Linghu clan, since the ancestors' accident, you have taken in a few of my Linghu clan's collateral relatives and have been taking good care of us and never left. On the side, supervisor who was terrified and quickly interrupted Mr. Hu's words, we just saw a little hope today. How can you say such inauspicious words? Linghu Bao is terrified. Alas, I hope this time it will not be an empty joy again. Chapter 32-29. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Tuoba Square. After leaving the Clear River Pavilion, Yi Xian found a hostel in the outer city of the Heavenly War Empire's capital and stayed there. Although the hostel he stayed in was not the best, Yi Xian asked for the best room in the hostel. It was an independent small courtyard that even had a defensive formation. Although this was the capital of the Heavenly War Empire, and the defensive formation was basically a decoration, Yi Xian still asked for this independent small courtyard where he could get a piece of level 7 purple planetary core origin every day. On one hand, it was for peace and quiet. At the same time, he did not care about resources like planetary core origins. He had a lot of them, and he could always go to the graveyard of meteorites again if he used them all up. Previously, when he was only in the planetary core state, he had already gained so much. Now that he was in the black hole state, if he really went there, he would most likely gain even more. It was possible that he could empty half of the graveyard of meteorites in one go. On the other hand, he considered that this time in the Clear River Pavilion, he had most likely attracted the attention of the 16 top aristocratic families, including the owner of the Clear River Pavilion. Since he had already used the surname Linghu, Yi Xian could only use it until the end. Moreover, after everything that had happened in the Clear River Pavilion today, he vaguely felt that although the surname Linghu was sensitive, it was also because of this that it was extremely useful. For the current Yi Xian, it was definitely more advantageous than disadvantageous. As long as there was something convenient in front of him, it would be fine. As for the disadvantages, when the matter was over, he could leave at any time without any worries. He was not afraid at all. Even so, he still felt that it was necessary to learn more about the past of the Linghu family. Even if it was for the sake of not being exposed, it was still very necessary. After entering his small courtyard, Yi Xian immediately activated the defensive formation. From then on, unless he called, even the servants in the hostel would not be able to come in without permission. After all, this was the cost of one level 7 purple planetary core origin per day. This was the benefit of being rich. Immediately after, he gave another command to the devouring system, activating the attached personal space communication system and connecting to the Heaven Battle Planet secondary star network. After successfully connecting, he directly infiltrated the central database. This place was not like the Immortal Planet, where there was a mature immortal rank superbrain, so Yi Xian could do all this without any pressure. Yi Xian's personal space communication system was not fully developed, but it was still at the immortal grade. As long as it wasn't an immortal planet, the core database of Yi Xian was completely defenseless, even if it was the second-level main network of the three empires. Of course, Yi Xian did not dare to touch certain extremely sensitive data repositories. Although the superbrains of the three empires' secondary main networks were not at the immortal rank, they were not far from it. Furthermore, they were mature. Even if Yi Xian's personal space communication system could be infiltrated, there would be some traces left behind. Then, it would be completely unnecessary to prevent the enemy from tracing the vine to the melon and tracing the vine to the melon. However, there was no problem at all if it was just to search for secret information about the surname Linghu. This information could not be found even in the restricted area of the second-level star network. There was not a single word about it, as it had been blocked by the government. Yi Xian did not understand the reason at first, but after he downloaded some information from a normal classified database of the Heaven Battle Planet's secondary main network and flipped through it, he finally understood the reason. It turned out that all this involved the Heaven Battle Empire and even the Immortal Dynasty's official power. Therefore, this matter was blocked later on. At any time, the people in power would do this. Everything that was disadvantageous to them would be covered up, and even if the people at that time knew, it did not matter. The long river of time would cover up everything. When that generation of ordinary people disappeared in the long river of history, their descendants did not experience that period of time, and could not find a single word about it from the Dynasty Star Network. This was equivalent to a period of history being strangled. It was as if it had never existed. Even if some of the long-lived star powerhouses knew about this, how could such existences go against the people and power of the empires and dynasties? Under the premise of no benefits, they would leak the truth of history and cause trouble for themselves. The general situation of the annihilation of the Linghu clan, as well as being forgotten by history for more than 2,000 years, was like this. The government did not want the truth to be made public, so it disappeared. At that time, the entire Immortal Dynasty did not have a clan or power that could concoct the 9th-level liquid. The Linghu clan was the only one, and there was no other. Unfortunately, they disappeared overnight. Then, the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu clans of the Heaven Battle Empire appeared. According to Yi Xian's speculation, these three clans may be related to the annihilation of the Linghu clan, but they obviously did not get the secret technique and recipe of the Linghu clan to concoct the 9th-level liquid. If the Clear River Pavilion is really related to the Linghu clan, is the secret technique and recipe of the Linghu clan in the hands of the master of the Clear River Pavilion, Mr. Hu? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. At this moment, he suddenly no longer hesitated to visit the Clear River Pavilion in the future. The ability to concoct the 9th-level liquid more than 2,000 years ago was absolutely terrifying, and Yi Xian could not miss it. For the next 2 days, he stayed in the small courtyard of the hostel and didn't go out at all. He focused on researching the various methods of making the gene cultivation fluid. After arriving at Heaven's Battle Planet, he used his personal space communication system to steal a large amount of related data from Heaven's Battle Planet's core data vault. When there were only 3 days left before the exchange, Yi Xian left the post house and walked towards the Tuoba Square. In the outer city of the Heavenly Battle Empire, there were more than a dozen top aristocratic families. Among them, the 3 top aristocratic families that researched the gene cultivation liquid, the Tuoba clan, the Gongyang clan, and the Changyu clan, had a relatively high status. Each of them had a large territory in the outer city. This time, the exchange would be held in the courtyard of the Tuoba clan's ancestral land. At present, in the Tuoba Square outside the Tuoba clan's ancestral land, there stood a simple stone tablet that was 3 feet high. The whole stone tablet was green, and various complicated patterns were engraved around and on the back. On the front, there were only 3 big ancient words written at the top, Medicine King's Tablet. Below these 3 big words, there were some names. The surface of the green tablet was flat and smooth, like the best quality ancient jade, and even emitted a sparkling light. In fact, the surface of the whole giant tablet was covered with a layer of green mist, giving a sense of vitality. Even if one looked at it from a distance, one could immediately conclude that this tablet must be extraordinary at a glance. When Yi Xian came here, the square had already been crowded with a large number of rogue cultivators. They were all here to sign up. As long as they could leave their names on the Medicine King's tablet, they would have the qualification to enter the Tuoba clan's courtyard in 3 days and witness this exchange with their own eyes. Chapter 32:30. Hungry and Thirsty, Ding. Congratulations, host, you have discovered an item of inheritance. Medicine King's tablet, the treasure used to open the core of the ancient Medicine King's legacy. After refining and absorbing it into the body, one can enter the core of the Medicine King's legacy and obtain the inheritance. Do you wish to immediately collect and refine it? Ha! So the truth was like this. This Medicine King's tablet was actually the treasure used to enter the core of the Medicine King's legacy and obtain the inheritance? Just like a key. Could it be that the masters of the Tuoba family who obtained it did not discover this problem? Yi Xian was dumbfounded by this appraisal result. This really made him speechless. The Tuoba family had invited all the top families to gather on the Heaven Battle Star in order to explore the Medicine King's legacy again. They hoped that everyone could join forces to enter the core of the Medicine King's legacy and obtain the Medicine King's legacy. Who would have thought that the key to obtaining the inheritance had already fallen into their hands? Yi Xian's heart thumped and he almost directly ordered the system to immediately collect and refine the Medicine King's tablet. However, he soon discovered that even if he did so, it would be useless. When Yi Xian's divine sense came into contact with the Medicine King's tablet, the general information about this tablet quickly appeared in his mind. The Medicine King's tablet had a total of 3 tests. If all 3 tests were completed perfectly, the tablet would recognize one as its owner. It seemed that directly collecting and refining it was not possible. Although this mysterious ancient tablet was not an ancient item, it was also mysterious and extraordinary. If one wanted to refine it, the only way was to pass the 3 tests of the Medicine King's tablet, and each test had to be completed perfectly. This should be a kind of scale selection method, in line with the essence of this ancient tablet being the key to opening the Medicine King's remains. Only by passing the 3 tests contained within the ancient tablet, and passing them perfectly, would one have the qualifications to enter the Medicine King's remains to receive the ancient Medicine King's legacy. No wonder the several elders of the Tuoba family were unable to enter the core of the Medicine King's legacy. This ancient legacy was bound to have layers of restrictions. This was a kind of protection for the Medicine King's legacy. Only by passing the tests of the Medicine King's tablet could one safely enter. The reason why the Tuoba family erected the Medicine King's tablet here was obviously to find such a person who could perfectly pass the 3 tests of this tablet. The so-called top 10 names on the tablet would be qualified to explore the relic of the Medicine King with them. This was just a gimmick. The purpose was to attract more cultivators of the starry sky to come and try. In fact, among the existences that had left their names on the Medicine King's tablet, there were many existences from the 16 great clans. Clearly, they had already tried. If it was only to give the rogue cultivators a chance, why would they try? The front of the Medicine King's tablet was divided into 3 areas. The top was blank, which should be where the 3rd level test was. No one had tried it yet. As for the 2nd level in the middle, there were only 2 names. They were both from the Tuoba family. They should be 2 clan elders. Unfortunately, they stopped at the 2nd level of the tablet. At this moment, there were many masters of the starry sky crowding the Tuoba square. If they wanted to try, they only needed to release a wisp of divine sense to make contact with the Medicine King's tablet. There were less than 50 names on the 3 layers of the tablet. Obviously, after more people tried, they did not even have the qualifications to leave their names on the 3rd layer at the bottom of the tablet. In reality, even among these 50 names, whether it was those who had passed the 1st trial or the 2 suspected elders of the Tuoba clan who had passed the 2nd trial, none of them had passed perfectly. This was because if they had passed perfectly, their names would appear in a special form on the Medicine King's stele. This was explained by the rules of the Medicine King's stele. Although this special form of appearance was not clearly described, the names of those who had left their names on the tablet simply appeared on the tablet. Obviously, they had nothing to do with this so-called special form. The two suspected elders of the Tuoba family whose names appeared on the second layer of the tablet were also displayed in the first layer below, but they were ordinary names that appeared. This meant that even the two elders of the Tuoba family, although they passed the second test, did not pass perfectly when they passed the first test. Moreover, they stopped after the second test. Maybe they tried the third test but failed. They did not even have the qualifications to leave their names on the first layer of the tablet. From this, it was enough to see how difficult the 3 tests of the Medicine King's tablet were. It could be said that as long as one could pass all 3 tests and leave their names on the tablet, it would be amazing enough. But to pass all 3 tests perfectly, it was simply unimaginable. After understanding all the rules of the trial, Yi Xian was completely excited. He believed that these so-called 3 trials were both a type of scale selection and a type of nurturing. Through these 3 trials, he would be able to come into contact with the basic information of the Medicine King's bloodline from ancient times. This in itself was a type of increase in one's ability to refine medicine. In the face of all this, it could be said that he was hungry and thirsty. Without hesitation, Yi Xian immediately contacted the Medicine King's tablet with the power of his divine sense again and confirmed that he would accept the first test. Of course, the name he submitted was still an alias, Ling Huchong. In the next moment, Yi Xian closed his eyes. From the towering Medicine King's tablet in front of him, a faint green light shot out, turning into a miniature energy shield that enveloped his body and prevented him from being disturbed by the outside world. This shield was still in effect. Its appearance meant that Yi Xian had begun to pass the test. Only when the shield disappeared did the test end. There were many similar shields in the huge Tuoba square. All the existences in the shields closed their eyes, as if they were cultivating. Their minds were completely immersed in the test of the Medicine King's tablet. Just as Yi Xian began to accept the test of the Medicine King's tablet, a group of Heaven's Prides from the 16 families, led by Tuoba Lin Feng, Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhuo from Celestial Worthy Creatures, and Dongfang Lin from Shenong Genetics, happened to come out of the courtyard of the Tuoba clan. They also planned to try their skills. They did not expect that as soon as they arrived, they would look up and see Yi Xian begin his test. Gong Yangji and Changyu Xiaotian, who were the heirs of the top families of the Heaven Battle Planet like the Tuoba clan, were stunned for a moment, and then began to mock him on the spot. That Ling Huchong really came. And we have already started to pass the test. He is just a rough guy. It is said that the first test is the memory and identification of plants and various heaven's treasures. I think he is not even qualified to leave his name on the first test. Chapter 32-31. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bright as the stars, the heirs of the 16 major clans and forces began to challenge the trials one after another, including Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhuo from Celestial Biotech, Dongfang Lin from Shenong Biotech, and the Purplish Warbler from Heavenly Underworld Star. They already knew the importance of this Medicine King's tablet from the Tuoba clan. It was the only key that could allow one to enter the core area of the Medicine King's ruin safely and smoothly to receive the inheritance. Of course, in order for this key to recognize its owner, the requirements were extremely harsh. One had to pass all 3 stages perfectly. The 2 most experienced elders of the Tuoba clan in the research of gene fluids had already tried this. It was extremely difficult. It was precisely because they found that they could not do it that they took out the Medicine King's tablet, hoping that someone could successfully refine it. When that time came, as long as they brought this person along, they could finally enter the core area of the Medicine King's ruin smoothly. Even the unaffiliated cultivators could try, so the heirs and other powerhouses from the 16 major clans would not let go of this opportunity. At this time, everyone began to try at the same time, secretly holding back their energy. They wanted to leave their names in all 3 areas on the Medicine King's tablet and pass perfectly. Soon, dozens of green lights shot over and turned into miniature light shields, enveloping the powerhouses from the 16 major clans. They began to challenge the trials. Among them, in addition to the heirs of the 16 major clans, including Tuoba Lin Fong and the Purplish Warbler, there were also some powerhouses from the other 16 major clans who wanted to try. Time slowly passed by. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology was the first to open her eyes. There was an additional name at the bottom of the Medicine King's tablet, and it was hers. This caused a wave of exclamations in the surroundings. Another prodigy had left her name in the first trial. At least thousands of people had tried before, but only a few dozen people were qualified to leave their names. At this moment, Zhao Qianru had done this in less than 10 minutes. It was really amazing. Following that, the Purplish Warbler also opened her eyes and left her name. Then it was Yuan Zhuo from Celestial Biotech and Dongfang Lin from Shenong Biotech. They both left their names in 10 minutes. Including Tuoba Lin Fong, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiao Tian, the other heirs of the 16 great clans had all left their names in the first round. Sure enough, they were worthy of being the heirs of the great clans. In this aspect, they were completely able to withstand the test. Although these guys all successfully passed the test after 10 minutes, they still left their names on the monument in the end. However, no one who passed was the Medicine Kings. Was the Medicine Kings. If they couldn't even pass the first round perfectly, one could imagine how difficult it would be for the next 2 rounds. Lin Fong, that Ling Huchong is still in the first stage. We've all passed and successfully left our names on the monument, but he's still not done yet. At this time, Gong Yangji found something unusual and exclaimed softly. Everyone's eyes converged on Yi Xian again. Changyu Xiaotian immediately laughed. This guy is a big brute. We have just tried the first test. It is a test of the memory and identification of medicinal herbs and various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. With his rough temperament, it is estimated that he can't even remember 1/10 of it and can't recognize it. Ha ha ha, Tuoba Lin Fong also laughed and was in high spirits. He called his friends to gather at Yi Xian's side. Let's go and have a look. We are not in a hurry to pass the second trial. After a while, when that guy finishes and opens his eyes, he will see us surrounding him. I guess he will find a hole to hide in on the spot. Just thinking about it is so satisfying. As Tuoba Linfeng's voice sounded out, Gong Yangji, Changyu Xiaotian, and the others immediately followed him. Yuan Zhuo, Dongfang Lin, Zhao Qianru, and the others hesitated for a moment. They recalled how Yi Xian had almost caused them to be blacklisted by the Clear River Pavilion. They were all so angry, so they followed him. Purplish Warbler frowned slightly. She looked at Yi Xian, who was shrouded in the green light. She also did the same and followed behind. However, she was not there to laugh at Yi Xian. In fact, since Yi Xian casually threw a level 9 colored pill on the 18th floor of Clear River Pavilion yesterday, she always had a strange feeling in her heart. She always felt that this guy with a rough appearance gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Even his style of doing things, in her opinion, had a little shadow of Yi Xian. However, the difference in appearance between the two was too big. Furthermore, Prince Xian should still be in the star area controlled by the cultivation camp and should not have successfully escaped so quickly. Therefore, she was hesitant in her heart. She was suspicious, but she also felt that it was unlikely. She was extremely conflicted. The reason why she followed Tuoba Lin Fong and the others was that she wanted to observe closely and see if she could find any clues to verify her guess. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire mind had been completely immersed. He was absorbing all kinds of basic knowledge about the path of medicine refinement as if he was intoxicated. The first stage of the Medicine King's tablet tested the challenger's memory, as well as their ability to distinguish all kinds of medicinal herbs, heavenly and earthly treasures, and even various kinds of ferocious beasts' flesh and minerals that could be used as medicine. The path of medicine refinement was ever-changing. There were too many kinds of medicinal herbs that could be used. These were all the basics. Not only did one have to remember their names, but they also had to grasp their effects. At the beginning of the first stage, hundreds of millions of medicinal herbs, minerals, and ferocious beasts would appear in front of the challenger's eyes. Each of them had a detailed description of their effects, and they passed by at an extremely fast speed. What the challenger needed to do was to try their best to remember them. After this stage, the Medicine King's tablet would randomly select 10,000 kinds of medicinal herbs and ask the challenger to identify them. At the same time, they would tell the challenger their effects. If one could identify 1/10 of them, they would be able to leave their name on the tablet. If one wanted to pass perfectly, not only would they have to identify all 10,000 kinds of medicinal herbs and minerals, they would also have to identify their effects, characteristics, and other details without missing a single word. The medicinal herbs that were selected and asked to be identified by the Medicine King's tablet were naturally not ordinary. Basically, they were all rare existences in the world. For the challengers, almost all of them were new to them, and they would pass by very quickly before their eyes. Therefore, even if the experts in the black hole realm or even more powerful in the starry sky realm tried to memorize them by force, it was impossible for them to remember all the names and details of the medicinal herbs that flashed past their eyes. Even Zhao Qianru, who was the fastest to pass the first stage, only took her about 7 minutes. When she finally passed the first stage, she had only successfully identified a little more than 3,000 kinds of medicinal herbs, and only a little more than 1,000 of them had been described in detail. In her opinion, there was no such thing as an expert who could perfectly pass the first round and successfully identify 10,000 herbs randomly picked out from the tablet of the King of Medicines. Not to mention the details of their effects without a single word. Even a supreme expert of the universe realm with a terrifying divine sense would not have such an ability. Chapter 32-32. Pass again perfectly. Oh my God, what happened? The Medicine King's steel is shining brightly. Look, there's an additional name in the first stage area below. It's at the very top of this area. Furthermore, it's displayed in the middle. The strange light phenomenon on the Medicine King's tablet was released by this name. Ling Huchong. Was this a challenger? Why is his name in the middle of the list, and why is it shining like a star? Heavens, could it be that he passed the first round perfectly? Is this person a monster? Although in the final test, he only needs to identify 10,000 types of medicinal herbs and at the same time, he has to state their specific medicinal effects word for word. However, these 10,000 types of medicinal herbs were randomly selected from the previous hundreds of millions of types. He actually passed the test perfectly. Doesn't that mean that he has memorized all of the hundreds of millions of medicinal herbs and medicinal effects? That's impossible. If he has this kind of ability, how does his brain work? Ling Huchong. Ling Hu. This name. Heavens, what am I thinking of? This is too shocking. Following the appearance of Yi Xian, Ling Huchong's pseudonym, at the top of the first section of the Medicine King's steel, he shone with a dazzling light like a star. The entire Tuoba Plaza instantly exploded, and countless supervoid powerhouses cried out in shock. It was also at this moment that the green light enveloping Yi Xian disappeared. This meant that he had finally completed the trial. In total, it took more than 40 minutes. However, the reason why it was slow was obviously not because it was slow in memorizing. Most of the time after that should be used to identify and describe the specific medicinal effects of those medicinal herbs in detail. There were a total of 10,000 types of medicinal herbs, and after identifying each one, it still had to describe the specific medicinal effects word for word. In just over 40 minutes, it was simply unimaginably fast. When this realization flashed through his mind, Tuoba Lin Feng, Gong Yongji, Changyu Xiaotian, and the others all opened their mouths wide. Even Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhuo from Celestial Biotech, and Dongfang Lin from Shenong Biotech were shocked. They were completely stunned. The purplish warbler, who was standing at the very back, gaped at the calm and collected Yi Xian. At this moment, she suddenly felt that she must have mistaken him for someone else. Although Prince Xian was perverted, he shouldn't be to this extent, right? She had also passed the test just now, and she had a very deep understanding of the difficulty. She was an elite from an aristocratic family of alchemists, and Prince Xian had never come into contact with this field. No matter how monstrous he was, how could he do better than her? This Ling Hucheng in front of him was clearly a supreme genius of the same level as him. The two of them were proficient in different fields. However, there was no doubt that Ling Hucheng's outstanding talent was definitely comparable to Prince Xian's. Has that fellow finally met his match? As the purplish warbler muttered to himself, he felt extremely conflicted. He didn't know if he should be happy for Ling Hucheng or worried for Prince Xian, who had finally met an opponent of the same level. He passed the first test perfectly in just over 40 minutes. That's faster than I thought. I thought it would take at least 2 hours. Sigh, it seems that this Medicine King's tablet is only so-so. It's so disappointing. As soon as Yi Xian opened his eyes, he saw Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian standing a few feet away from him. Their expressions were as if they had just been struck by lightning. He immediately reacted. He knew that these three fellows wanted to see him make a fool of himself. In the end, they were slapped in the face. While secretly rejoicing, he took the opportunity to act cool. As he muttered indifferently, he raised his hand to pick his nose and dug out a lump of black stuff. With a flick of his finger, he dropped it on the person under Tuoba Linfeng's nose. Then, he closed his eyes again and extended his divine sense towards the Medicine King's tablet. He kept whispering, "Forget it, forget it. Since it's so simple, I might as well pass these 3 tests perfectly in one go. Anyway, it's still early. When I'm done, I can go for dinner." In the next moment, from the towering Medicine King's tablet in front of him, a green light once again shot out and fell on Yi Xian, enveloping his body. The second test began. Oh my god, this guy is too fierce. He actually clamored to pass the last 2 tests before dinner. It's only been more than 2 hours. His tone is too big. That's not the key. Didn't you hear him say that he wants to pass perfectly? This is clearly the rhythm of taking away this Medicine King's tablet. The Tuoba family has already said that if he can pass all 3 tests perfectly, this tablet will recognize him as its owner. They will let him take it away and will not stop him. But is that possible? I heard that this tablet was obtained from an ancient relic and is related to some kind of inheritance. The Tuoba family obtained it with great difficulty. Can they really let someone take it away? You're thinking a little too far. There are still 2 more tests. Passing the first one perfectly doesn't mean anything. At most, it means that this rough man has great wisdom and an amazing memory. The next 2 tests are the real test of alchemy ability. It's not a simple rote memorization. He has no chance. These are not important. The only thing I want to know now is one thing. Is this Ling Hucheng really related to the Linghu family back then? Don't tell me that you've forgotten how glorious the Linghu family was back then. In my opinion, he should be the successor of that bloodline. Didn't you see that he just flicked a suspicious object and it just happened to land in the middle of the Tuoba family's young master? This is clearly intentional. It is said that the Tuoba family led the incident back then. At that time, they were just a small second-rate family. The Linghu bloodline is destined to rise today. They are here for revenge. Shoo, this can't be said. There will be great horror. Do you want to die? With these words, the sluggish Tuoba Linfeng finally returned to his senses. He raised his hand in horror and pulled out a suspicious black object the size of a mung bean from the middle of his nose. He put it in front of his eyes and looked at it. He immediately put his hands on his knees and retched. Gong Yangji and Changyu Xiaotian, who were like best friends, also didn't care about loyalty at this time. They pinched their noses and retreated like they were avoiding ghosts. In fact, this wasn't the disgusting thing they imagined. Although Yi Xian dressed up as a rough man, how could he be so sloppy? This was nothing more than a small mound of dirt that he had secretly rubbed out using the power of his cultivation base. Because it was too similar, it actually frightened Tuoba Lin Feng to the point of being frightened out of his wits. Wah, son of a bitch, too shameless. This young master is not done with you. Wretch. After retching for a long time, nearly 10 minutes, there was no one within 10 meters of Tuoba Lin Feng. They all retreated to a distance. At this time, Tuoba Lin Feng, who had retched for a while, finally gradually recovered. After stopping the retching, he looked at Yi Xian with eyes that were about to split open. Chapter 32-33. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation No challenge at all. Linghu Chong. This time, the name that appeared on the top of the second section of the Medicine King's tablet was exactly the same as before. It was also the same 3 words that were shining brightly like stars. This meant that this burly man named Linghu Chong, who could pull out a suspicious black object the size of a mung bean from his nose, had once again passed the test perfectly. And it was the second test. The only difference was that he used more than 40 minutes in the first test, and only 10 minutes in the second test. It was simply unbearable. Many people around Tuoba Square had already vomited blood due to anger. If this second level was perfectly cleared by a refined and elegant gentleman, they could more or less accept it. However, this boorish man in front of them was simply too different. Moreover, he only used 10 minutes to perfectly clear the second level. All of this was too shocking, too shocking. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Puff. After finally stopping from vomiting, Tuoba Lin Feng was once again shocked by the name of Linghu Chong on the Medicine King's tablet. He roared like a madman. Finally, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was forced out by anger. Even Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhuo from Celestial Biotech, and Dongfang Lin from Shenong Biotech were all shocked at this moment. Then, a touch of unwillingness appeared on their faces. They all gritted their teeth and extended their divine sense towards the Medicine King's tablet. Including the purplish warbler, Tuoba Lin Feng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian, all of them did the same. They were really unwilling and thought that the second test might be easier. This time, they wanted to give it a try. Soon, rays of green light shot over and enveloped their bodies. This group of people closed their eyes and began to pass the second test. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian curled his lips and disapproved. However, his face still had a completely indifferent expression. He shook his head and said, "Sigh, this is too disappointing. There is no challenge at all. Who would have thought that the second test would be easier? It seems that the third test will take less time. It's a bit boring." After saying that, he closed his eyes again. Another ray of green light shot from the Medicine King's tablet in the distance and enveloped his body. Yi Xian began to pass the third test. Countless experts in the surroundings looked at each other, completely defeated by this scene. Thinking that someone had passed the first 2 Medicine King's tablet perfectly translation, their breathing was extremely rapid. Could the third test be the same? If that was really the case, wouldn't it mean that the Medicine King's tablet would lose its owner? At this moment, all the experts in the square, their hearts were in their mouths. In contrast, Yi Xian, who had passed the third test in less than 2 ins, in less as he was the Medicine King's was translation as he. To him, the first two stages were simply too easy and satisfying. The first test was to test one's memory. Of course, this level of memory was no ordinary test. Hundreds of millions of kinds of herbs and minerals that could be used in medicine, including their detailed medicinal properties, flashed before one's eyes. Even if one was a powerful figure in the universe, it would be impossible to remember half of it. However, this was not a problem for the devouring system. Who could be like Yi Xian and bring along a supercomputer? Moreover, it was not an ordinary supercomputer. Its intelligence center was an immortal-level supercomputer. Although it was not as powerful as the intelligence center of the Immortal Star Dynasty's first-class main network, it was already mature. However, an immortal-level expert was an immortal-level expert. Its computing power was unquestionable. Everything that flashed before Yi Xian's eyes was instantly recorded by the devouring system. The next test was to randomly pick 10,000 herbs. This was practically cheating. As soon as the Medicine King's tablet picked one, the devouring system would select the target in Yi Xian's mind, including the detailed medicinal properties. He just had to read it. The reason why it took him more than 40 minutes was because there were too many herbs. Just using his consciousness to copy them would take so long. As for the second test, it was even easier. The second test gave him 1,000 pill formulas. Of course, they were all incomplete. They all lacked a certain herb, mineral, or ferocious beast materials that could be used in medicine. These could be found among the hundreds of millions of herbs provided in the first test. The second test was to test the challenger's understanding of the medicinal properties of these herbs instead of rote memorization. The challenger was required to analyze these 1,000 pill formulas and finally determine what kind of herb was missing, as well as the exact amount to be used. If there were no mistakes, then the challenger would also pass perfectly. To put it bluntly, this was a kind of calculation ability. Yi Xian did not care about it at all and directly threw it to the devouring system to calculate. The immortal-level supercomputer's calculation ability was obvious. Yi Xian only spent 10 minutes to perfectly pass this test because every time the devouring system calculated a herb, he would immediately copy the answer with his consciousness. In addition, there were only 1,000 herbs to copy and hand in, which was much less than the first test. Therefore, he felt that it was easier and easier, and he accidentally passed perfectly. The reason why he said that it was too unchallenging wasn't because he was pretending. It was because of Yi Xian's true feelings. However, in the ears of the other experts around Tuoba Plaza, it was truly hateful. Many of the experts had long since suffocated to the point that their faces were flush red as they glared fiercely at Yi Xian. For the first time, they realized that some people with a rough appearance, who seemed to speak whatever they wanted, and who had no shrewdness at all, were sometimes so hateful. This time, Yi Xian started after Tuoba Linfeng and the others. Of course, the latter group of 16 was challenging the second test, while Yi Xian was already at the third test. Yi Xian's test had only started for less than 5 minutes when Tuoba Linfeng was the first of the 16 to open his eyes. There were 1,000 incomplete pill formulas, and he could only analyze up to the 50th one. He could not continue after that, so he was directly expelled. This time, he did not leave his name on the list and was eliminated. He did not even have the qualifications to challenge the third test. If he wanted to challenge the next test, he had to leave his name on the list in the previous test to qualify. As the young master of the Tuoba family and the future successor, his level should not be bad to this extent. He could still leave his name on the list in the second test. Unfortunately, everything before had already messed up his mind, and he could no longer perform normally. How is this possible? In a short span of 10 minutes, he actually managed to deduce all of the 1,000 incomplete pill formulas. Furthermore, even the amount of missing medicinal herbs was accurately calculated without error. Chapter 32-34. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, endless fantasy translation. The ancient tablet recognizes its owner within 10 minutes. The other 15 people had also finished their challenges one after another. About half of them had left their names on the second stage. In just a few minutes, another 6 or 7 names were added to the second area in the center of the Medicine King's tablet, causing the surrounding powerhouses to exclaim in amazement. But of course, the only one who passed perfectly and whose name shone like a bright star was still Ling Huchong. Among the 6 or 7 people who still left their names on the second stage, there were Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhuo from Celestial Biotech, Dongfang Lin from Shenong Biotech, and Purplish Warbler. But none of them planned to continue to challenge the third stage. At this time, the group looked at Yi Xian, who had started to challenge the third stage with his eyes closed. They all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Their tone was unprecedentedly disappointed and dispirited. This brother Ling Hu is really amazing. He only knew the difficulty of this stage after he tried the second stage himself. I didn't expect him to pass perfectly in just 10 minutes. That's right. Out of 1,000 incomplete pill recipes, as long as you can fill up 1/10 of them, that is, 100 of them, you can leave your name on the list. I can only barely do this. Moreover, although the medicinal herbs of those 100 pill recipes have been filled up, the dosage still needs to be considered. I didn't give a detailed dosage at all. But he passed perfectly in such a short time. Not only did he fill in the missing medicinal herbs, but the dosage was also correct. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it at all. It's too monstrous. There's no need to try the third stage anymore. With our level, we don't even have the possibility of leaving our names on the list. If I'm not mistaken, the third stage should require the challenger to create a perfect new pill formula out of thin air based on the 100 million types of medicinal herbs and minerals from before. The number should be 100, 100 people. Sigh, it's easy to say. Which of the pill formulas that have been handed down today haven't been refined and tested by generations of alchemists before they finally become perfect? Even a single pill formula needs many years of verification. This kind of creation of a pill formula out of thin air is the most difficult. It's impossible to create one, let alone 100. I reckon that even this stunning Ling Hu brother would lose in this round. This is simply an impossible mission. But even so, to be able to perfectly pass the first 2 tests, it's enough for him to leave his name in the annals of history, becoming famous in a single battle. They were right. The third stage of the Medicine King's tablet did indeed require the challenger to create an unprecedented pill formula out of thin air using the hundreds of millions of herbs and minerals that could be used in the first stage. There were only 100 of them. Don't look at how these 100 pill formulas seem to be very few in number. The Medicine King's steel's requirements were extremely strict. 100 pill formulas, as long as he could complete 10, he would be able to leave his name on the Medicine King's steel. If he wanted to pass the test perfectly and make the tablet of the Medicine Kings recognize him as his master, then he would have complete control over the core area of the Medicine King's remains and obtain the final inheritance. In this third test alone, he would have to obtain all 100 pill recipes, and every single one of them would have to be perfect. All the herbs that made up the pill formula had to be 1 type more or 1 type less, and the amount had to be precise to the point that it couldn't be made into a pill formula. To put it simply, it was to say that the 100 pill formulas required by the Medicine King's tablet were all of the kind that had been passed down through the ages in reality, and had been tempered by generations of alchemists before they were finally finalized. This was definitely an impossible task. Even if it was a true alchemist master, it wouldn't be difficult for him to assemble 100 pill formulas out of thin air in a short period of time. However, if he wanted to ensure that these pill formulas were as incisive as those ancient formulas that had been passed down through the ages, and that the amount couldn't be increased or decreased, that was absolutely unrealistic. But for Yi Xian, this wasn't a problem. In fact, to put it bluntly, this kind of new pill formula that came out of thin air, and at the same time, determining the most incisive ratio of medicinal ingredients, was a kind of calculation. This kind of calculation, an ordinary superbrain might not be able to do it. There were too many possibilities, and it was ever-changing. If he had to calculate 100 rough pill formulas at the same time in a short period of time, even the superbrain would break down. However, the central intelligence of Yi Xian's personal communication system was an immortal-grade superbrain, and it had already entered the growth stage, and was no longer the fragmentary grade it was before. It could barely do this. It was just that the time taken was a little too long. Until 4 hours later, his third attempt was still ongoing. The 99 perfect pill formulas from before had already been successfully submitted and approved by the Medicine King's tablet. Now, Yi Xian was going through the perfect calculation of the last pill formula. As long as the calculation was completed, he would be able to pass the third round perfectly. This was definitely the rhythm of making the Medicine King's tablet recognize him as its owner. The outside world was already in an uproar. Previously, those who had gathered at Tuoba Plaza were only a few rogue cultivators, as well as the younger generation of the 16 great powers. They had also come to try to pass the round, and wanted to leave their names on the tablet. But now, with Ling Huchong perfectly passing the first 2 rounds of the Medicine King's tablet, the 16 great powers were all present. The leaders of the great powers were all shocked, and they all rushed over. Looking around, the huge Tuoba Plaza was completely filled with a sea of people, and there was no empty space at all. There were even some powerhouses hovering in the air, but they were all in the distance. At least hundreds of thousands of starry sky powerhouses had gathered here, and they were all waiting for the result of Yi Xian's third round. In the void far away, Clear River Pavilion's manager Hu and Clear River Pavilion's master Mr. Hu were hidden in the void, quietly looking at Tuoba Plaza, and they were silent for a long time. After a while, manager Hu asked tentatively, "Mr., in your opinion, can this guy who calls himself Ling Huchong be the descendant of the main bloodline of our Linghu clan that escaped back then?" The main bloodline took away the clan's alchemy inheritance back then, and it should be able to cultivate such a peerless genius. Other than that, I really can't think of any other power that could have such an achievement. Even the alchemy bloodline of the cultivation camp can't do it. This matter can basically be confirmed. Clear River Pavilion's master nodded, and his tone was filled with joy and excitement. "Old master, although the Medicine King's remnant book that you obtained from the periphery of the Medicine King's remains is only an incomplete inheritance, but if you put in a certain amount of effort and time, you can indeed cultivate such an amazing genius on the path of alchemy. I am very clear about this point. If there is no accident, Ling Huchong should be the descendant of the young lord after he escaped back then. Today, our Linghu clan is finally going to rise again." Manager Hu immediately became excited. Obviously, he had already made his decision in his heart, but he respected Mr. Hu's opinion, so he had not said it. Now that the other party had expressed his opinion, he immediately could not hold it in, and his voice was trembling. "You mean, send the order, we will arrange the forces at the Medicine King's remains, and fully assist the young lord in obtaining the complete Medicine King's inheritance in the core area." Chapter 32-35. A sensation in the imperial capital at this moment. The sky was already dark. But Tuoba Square was still surrounded by hundreds of thousands of starry sky powerhouses. Even at night, this place was still as bright as day. As the imperial capital, the lighting at night was very bright. However, the most dazzling thing was still the 2 names on the ancient tablet of the Medicine Kings, which were exactly the same. Ling Huchong. It emitted an intense starlight that was as bright as the stars. At this moment, there was no one else attempting the trial in Tuoba Square. From the towering Medicine King's steel, only a single streak of green light shot out, landing on Yi Xian, who was around 100 meters away. It formed a protective barrier, protecting Yi Xian, who stood there with his hands behind his back like a statue from the outside world. The gazes of hundreds of thousands of starry sky experts were all focused on him. Ever since the leaders of the 16 great clans had arrived, Tuoba Linfeng, Xianyuan Ziying, and the other heirs of the great clans had all returned to their respective camps. But they were still paying attention to Yi Xian. The requirements to pass the 3 stages of the ancient Medicine King's tablet had already been spread out, and the entire Heaven Battle planet knew about it. Even the requirements to pass the 3rd stage had been revealed. The 2 elders of the Tuoba family who had left their names in the 2nd stage had tried to pass the 3rd stage, but they failed in the end. The 2 of them had created a few unprecedented Dan recipes, but they were not recognized by the Medicine King's ancient tablet, and the number did not reach 10. Therefore, he didn't even have the qualifications to leave his name in the 3rd stage. But even so, after passing the 3rd stage, he would at least know what the requirements of the 3rd stage were. It was precisely because of the 2 of them that the 3rd trial's requirements were revealed and spread. This caused a huge commotion at that time. When all the experts in the surroundings thought about how Yi Xian was currently creating a new pill formula and how it had already been 4 hours, they all felt a chill run down their backs. That sort of thing required a lot of calculation ability. Every minute and every second consumed a lot of mental energy. Even the universe almighties would be horrifying if they could last for 2 hours. They would use up a huge amount of divine consciousness, but Ling Hucheng had clearly lasted for 4 hours. It was still going on. He was simply a monster. No one suspected that Yi Xian was dawdling in his work or taking a break after deducing. That was not allowed. The 2 elders of the Tuoba family who had once passed through the 3rd level had the most right to speak and denied this possibility. At this moment, the head of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Xiong, the head of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Buhui, and the head of the Long Yu family, Long Yu Jinglong, were gathered together. They coldly watched from the sidelines as Yi Xian was enveloped by the green light that shot out from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. Tuoba family head, in your opinion, can this kid make the Medicine King's ancient tablet automatically recognize him as its owner? After a short while, the patriarch of the Changyu family, Changyu Jinglong, asked in a low voice, his tone full of worry, I am now worried about the gains and losses. I hope this boy succeeds, because then our chances of entering the core area of the Medicine King's remains will skyrocket, but at the same time, I don't want him to succeed, because once he succeeds, it means, don't tell me that if he can't pass the 3rd level, you will be relieved. The head of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Buhui, took over the conversation and snorted lightly, don't regret what you have done. Even if he can't pass the 3rd level, being able to pass the first 2 levels perfectly is enough to prove his identity as a bastard of the Linghu bloodline. Other than the Linghu family, who else can cultivate such a monster? Let's act according to the circumstances. Tuoba Xiong, who had been silent all this time, also spoke at this time. He was obviously the leader of the 3, and his tone revealed an unquestionable decisiveness. No matter what, this person's appearance is a good thing for us. He can have such amazing alchemy skills, which means that the Medicine King's incomplete book that was not found in the Linghu family must have fallen into his hands. Even if this time we can't enter the core area of the ruins to obtain the complete book, at least we can still obtain the incomplete book. Whether or not he can pass the 3rd level, we must bring this boy along when we explore the Medicine King's remains in 10 days. It would be best if we can use him to enter the core area of the ruins. If not, we can just destroy him in the ruins and obtain the Medicine King's incomplete book. Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong turned to look at each other, and a ray of light flashed in their eyes, and they didn't say anything more. At the same time, in the area where the experts of the Xianyuan family were, the old Xianyuan family master stared at Yi Xian, who was covered in the green light of the Medicine King's ancient tablet, and his eyes were shining with green light. TSK, 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 this Linghu nephew, the more this old man looks at him, the more he is pleasing to the eye. As he whispered to himself, the old Xianyuan family master seemed to suddenly think of something, and turned to look at the purplish warbler beside him, and asked tentatively, Girl, what do you think of him? Is he okay? The purplish warbler was also a little absent-minded at this moment. She didn't know why, but when she saw Ling Huchong, she always felt a sense of familiarity in her heart, and she always thought of Yi Xian, but the gap between the two was so big. Although they were both monstrous, their styles were completely different, and their fields of expertise were completely different. This made her feel very conflicted, and she completely lost her ability to judge. At this moment, when she heard the old Xianyuan family master's words, she didn't think too much about it, and just took it literally. In addition, she had something on her mind, so she subconsciously replied, "He is indeed monstrous, this kind of person is too amazing." This was the truth. With the talent and foundation that he displayed, even the words monstrous and amazing were not enough to describe him. The old Xianyuan family master clearly misunderstood her, and hearing the purplish warbler's evaluation of Yi Xian, coupled with the fact that she was staring at him, her expression was clearly a little absent-minded, as if she was infatuated. This made the Xianyuan family master very satisfied. No matter what, there was finally hope that this silly daughter of his would not hang herself on a tree. Long Xian, that playboy radish, get lost. Today, this old man has finally found a good son-in-law that is compatible with this silly girl, and I definitely won't let him go so easily. Thinking of this, the old Xianyuan family master was immediately overjoyed. If this silly girl could form a good relationship with Ling Huxian, all of the previous effects would basically be resolved. Look, although my little girl is a little silly and has been fooled by that playboy Long Xian to the point of death, and has completely embarrassed this old man, in the end, she has finally found the right person for her, the ideal husband. In his opinion, this Ling Huxian in front of him was not inferior to Prince Xian in terms of talent, and was also a good match for him in terms of expertise. He was also in the field of medicine refinement, and had a common language with the purplish warbler, and was also a good match for the Xianyuan family. There was nothing more suitable than this. As he thought about it, the patriarch of the Xianyuan family actually raised his head and laughed loudly in the end, causing Xianyuan Ziying, who was beside him, to be suddenly shocked and feel a sense of confusion. Chapter 32-36. Everyone's attention at the top of the ancient tablet of the Medicine Kings. Below the 3 words Ancient Tablet of the Medicine Kings, there was nothing, but at this moment, a name suddenly appeared. Ling Huchong. And the moment this name appeared, it shone brightly. Like the other 2 levels below, it was at the center of the top level. For a time, the entire ancient tablet of the Medicine Kings had the same name on all 3 levels. They were all at the top of the level, shining brightly like stars. This meant that Ling Huchong had finally passed the 3rd level. Even if it was the 3rd level, he had passed it perfectly. In the void far away, Manager whose tears flowed down his face, it is indeed the young master. With such talent, who else could it be other than my Linghu family's young master? The heavens have pity on us. Even Mr. Hu was inexplicably excited, muttering to himself, after 2,000 years of silence, is the Linghu family finally going to shine again? Old master, Gu Qing has finally lived up to your expectations. I have waited for the young master to return. At the same time, the entire Tuoba Plaza fell into a dead silence. In the area where the 3 elite families of the Heaven Battle Planet gathered, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian clenched their fists, their eyes full of unwillingness and dejection. The 3 elite families of the patriarchs turned their heads to look, their eyes flashing, their faces gloomy to the extreme. Sure enough, that little bastard is back. This matter is good as well. Back then, a young master of the direct bloodline escaped. This young man should be a descendant of his bloodline and brought back the inheritance. This time, the Tuoba bloodline will all perish in the Heaven Battle Planet. It's time to settle the matters of the past. Humph, kid, don't be complacent. 10 days later, we will enter the ruins. When your light and heat dissipate, it will be the time of death. In addition, in the Xianyuan family's area, the purplish warbler's eyes burst with splendor. Although she had guessed it, when it really happened, she was still shocked. At this moment, she muttered to herself, I have always thought that my talent in alchemy is amazing. But today, I have met this Ling Hu Chong, and I feel so frustrated. I can't accept it. Yes, 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 we have to submit, we have to submit. On the side, the head of the Xianyuan family took over the conversation. He seemed to be quite satisfied with the attitude of the purplish warbler. He grinned and said, Girl, in the future, you will be a good wife at home. How can you not accept it? In your father's opinion, Ling Hu's virtuous son-in-law is quite good. What's wrong with having a rough temperament? If you want to use gentleness to conquer strength, you have to submit to him first, then you can make him submit to you in the future. Purplish Warbler's eyes widened, #yen%. It was also at this time that the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, which had just appeared on the top floor, suddenly changed again. Swish! A blinding ray of light shot up into the sky. At this moment, all the names on the 3 levels of the ancient tablet of the Medicine Kings disappeared. Immediately after that, 3 huge ancient characters suddenly appeared. The character Ling appeared on the top layer, occupying the entire top layer. The middle layer had the word fox, and it was the same. The word Chong at the bottom also occupied the entire area. Ling Hu Chong. These 3 big words were about 10 feet in size. They were many times bigger than the 3 words on the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. These 3 words had already occupied the entire surface of the ancient tablet. At the same time, it emitted an endless amount of light. This meant that the ancient tablet of the Medicine King had been conquered. Now that these 3 words had appeared, occupying the entire surface of the ancient tablet, it was clear that the ancient tablet was about to recognize its owner. At the same time, the green light that enveloped Yi Xian suddenly retracted and entered the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. Yi Xian opened his eyes. The system beep sounded in his mind at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for perfectly passing the test. You have received the request of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. Do you want to accept it immediately? Accept immediately. Keep the ancient tablet. Yi Xian's heart was beating wildly. He would not be polite. This was originally the Tuoba family's public declaration. Since he had done it, it would be a waste not to take it. He immediately gave the order to accept the ancient tablet's recognition and keep it into his body. Xiao. Following Yi Xian's order, the engulfing system immediately connected with the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. The latter turned into a green light and directly entered Yi Xian's body and disappeared. At this moment, the entire Tuoba square was dead silent. Yi Xian, everyone's attention was on him. Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong's eyes twitched slightly. Although this ancient tablet of the Medicine King was taken out by the Tuoba family from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, the person who was keeping it now was the descendant of the Ling Hu family. That year, the Ling Hu family's downfall was caused by the 3 families working together. Hence, the unwillingness in Gong Yang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong's heart was not one bit weaker than Tuoba Xiong's. But the 3 of them held back and did not flare up. They even had a smile on their faces, as if they had seen the rise of the younger generation and were comforted by it. However, in their eyes, the glorious Yi Xian was no different from a dead person. At least, that was what they thought. His heart was filled with hatred, but his face was brimming with a kind smile. Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Longyu Jinglong soared towards Yi Xian, who was in the center of the plaza. The other patriarchs of the dozen or so top-notch families did the same. All of them had smiles on their faces and didn't fall behind. They immediately flew towards Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was definitely a super delicious piece of meat in their eyes. One should know that this ancient tablet of the Medicine King was the only key to enter the core of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains. Now that the ancient tablet had recognized its owner, it meant that Yi Xian could successfully enter the core of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains. Not only that, he could bring a group of people with him. Of course, the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains had a restriction on the strength of those who entered. They could not exceed the Black Hole realm. Therefore, they could only be juniors. For the leaders of the 16 top families, being on good terms with Yi Xian was related to whether their juniors would be able to enter the core of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains with Yi Xian. This was the only hope to obtain the ultimate inheritance of the Medicine King. Girl, let's go and accompany your father to have a look. Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, Changyu Jinglong and the others are all green with envy. This is not a good sign. Turning his head to look at the purplish warbler beside him, the head of the Xianyuan family could be said to be complacent at this moment. He had long regarded Yi Xian, who was also known as Ling Huchong, as his new son-in-law. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Seeing that the purplish warbler was rather resistant, he immediately lowered his voice and persuaded in a low voice, "Don't you want the inheritance of the Medicine King? That ancient tablet of the Medicine King is only the key to opening the core of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains. It does not mean that you will definitely obtain the inheritance. Apart from him, he can also bring 19 companions below the origin realm with him. Everyone will have a chance to obtain the complete inheritance of the Medicine King." The purplish warbler was immediately moved. Seeing this scene, old man Xianyuan grinned again. "So, the two of you need to cultivate your relationship first. There are still 10 days, so there is still time. When the time comes, the two of you will work together to fight against the enemy. The inheritance of the Medicine King must be obtained." Chapter 32-37. Fragrant meat cake, ha ha ha. This ancient tablet of the Medicine King was something that my Tuoba family had painstakingly obtained from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. Unfortunately, although my Tuoba family had obtained some inspiration from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, we were able to make a breakthrough in the research of the gene fluid and came up with the 10th level gene fluid. However, the talents of the experts in the family were limited, and in the end, we were unable to pass all 3 tests and make the tablet recognize us as its master. Landing on Yi Xian's side, Tuoba Xiong raised his head and laughed loudly. He had an extremely open-minded and extraordinary bearing as he sized Yi Xian up from head to toe. He nodded repeatedly. This old man placed this tablet in the plaza with the goal of finding a good owner for it. "Today, my wish has come true. Little friend, with your talent, since you have obtained the Medicine King's ancient tablet, you naturally have the qualifications to explore the Medicine King's ruins with us." "That's right, little friend must not miss this opportunity." The head of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Buhui, said with a smile, looking at Yi Xian with admiration, "This tablet is the key to opening the core of the Medicine King's ruins. With this key, the one who refines the tablet can bring 19 companions below the origin realm into the core of the Medicine King's ruins. We have decided to start the exploration in 10 days. Little friend, you can stay with us in the Tuoba family for the next few days, and we can exchange our knowledge of alchemy. Since the Medicine King's ruins only allows experts below the origin realm to enter, us old fellows obviously won't have this opportunity." With a similar smile on his face, the clan head of the Changyu family, Changyu Jinglong, chuckled and said, "Hee, the younger generation is replacing the older one, the future belongs to you young generation. This time, each of the 16 top families will send a Black Hole Realm Junior to follow this little friend into the world of medicine. You must be friendly and support each other. Only then can you successfully obtain the King of Medicine's inheritance and benefit the entire human race." In just a few simple words, he had already explained everything clearly. Moreover, he had even blocked the path of retreat, making it impossible for Yi Xian to refuse. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to benefit the human race. Otherwise, he would be able to obtain the Medicine King's tablet that the other party had painstakingly obtained without thinking of returning the favor. The patriarchs of the other dozen or so top-notch families seemed to be very satisfied with these words, and echoed one after another. As for Tuoba Lin Feng and the other heirs of the 16 great families, they all had different expressions on their faces. Looking at the current situation, Yi Xian was like a moon surrounded by stars. It felt like he had leapt to become an existence on equal footing with the patriarchs of the various major clans. At this moment, all the major clans were scrambling to converse with Yi Xian, but they could only accompany him from behind. For no apparent reason, they felt as if they were a generation lower than Yi Xian. This feeling made them feel stifled and extremely uncomfortable. Yi Xian laughed coldly in his heart. Actually, he had never planned to leave after obtaining the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. At this moment, this ancient monument had shrunk countless times, turning into a simple and unadorned little green monument, floating in his sea of consciousness. What surprised Yi Xian was that although this monument was not an item from the Desolate Era, but from the Ancient Era, after the Desolate Era, its grade was not low. It seemed to represent an extremely important inheritance. After entering his sea of consciousness, it was like the ancient Tower of Inheritance, floating in the central region of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, standing side by side with the Rai Di seal. It was not like the little golden bow and the black gold dragon scale, which were all around the sea of consciousness. From this, it could be seen that the Medicine King's inheritance it represented was not to be underestimated. Just based on this point, Yi Xian would definitely not give up this opportunity to enter the Medicine King's ruins. He had to go in and explore, and obtain the complete Medicine King's inheritance. According to his estimates, as long as he could do this, he would be able to concoct a level 10 liquid, level 11 liquid, or even a higher level of genetic cultivation liquid. In this way, the path of genetic evolution would be unstoppable. Yi Xian would be able to continue on this path. This was too important. In the face of such an opportunity, not to mention leaving by himself, even if he was chased away with a broom, Yi Xian would not leave. It just so happened that in these 10 days, he could stay in the Tuoba family to eat and drink for free. With his current status, the spirit wine and delicacies served by the Tuoba family would obviously not be too bad. Yi Xian had already left an image of a big foodie in the Clear River Pavilion. Even if the Tuoba family opened their mouth wide, ordering dragon liver today and wind marrow tomorrow, it would not seem too deliberate. No one would think that he was doing it on purpose. Anyway, he did not like Tuoba Lin Feng, so he could use this opportunity to viciously disgust the Tuoba family. What's more, in these 10 days, he could also exchange his alchemy experience with the powerhouses of the 16 top families, including the Tuoba family. This was a rare opportunity. After passing the first 3 stages of the Medicine King's tablet, Yi Xian was already quite skilled in alchemy. Although everything was stored in the database of the devouring system, he could easily access it at any time. It wasn't a problem at all to fool the experts of the 16 top-notch clans and take the opportunity to obtain some of the secret alchemy techniques of the clans from their mouths. In short, staying in the Tuoba family for the past 10 days was beneficial and harmless. No matter how Yi Xian thought about it, he didn't have a reason to refuse, so he immediately agreed with a smile on his face. While agreeing, Yi Xian casually glanced at Tuoba Lin Feng. He suddenly thought of another benefit. Didn't this guy say that he wanted to kill me? Now that I am temporarily staying in the Tuoba family with the status of being on an equal footing with the patriarchs of the various families, the patriarchs must have sent these juniors to build a good relationship. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I can teach them a lesson. Thinking like this, Yi Xian suddenly smiled even more brilliantly. His eyes were filled with kindness, as if he was looking at his juniors. He swept his gaze over the faces of Tuoba Lin Feng, Gong Yangji, Changyu Xiaotian, and the other heirs of the various families. Even the purplish warbler was not let go, so as to avoid suspicion. This group of people were also shrewd. They immediately caught something from Yi Xian's slightly strange gaze. Tuoba Lin Feng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian were stunned for a moment, and their faces turned white. Although they were not afraid of Yi Xian, if the other party used this opportunity to teach them a lesson as an elder, it was simply more disgusting than eating a mosquito. What was more speechless was that they could only pinch their noses and endure, unable to do anything. Thinking like this, the three of them immediately complained incessantly in their hearts, and their intestines turned green with regret. As for Zhao Qianru from the imperial capital's immortal planet Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhuo from Celestial Biotech, and Dongfang Lin from Shenong Biotech, after exchanging glances, they helplessly sighed. They could not blame Yi Xian, but they hated Tuoba Lin Feng. If this time they really suffered in front of Yi Xian and were treated like a junior, this debt would definitely be put on Tuoba Lin Feng's head. It was all because of this kid that they were implicated. Chapter 32-38. Dragon Liver and Phoenix Marrow Feast. Seeing Yi Xian nod in agreement, Tuoba Xiong, Gong Yang Buhui, and Chang Yu Jinglong immediately beamed with joy. They originally thought that this young Master Linghu would not be easy to deal with. After all, the other party had suddenly returned to Heaven Battle Planet at this time. It was impossible to say that he did not know anything about what had happened more than 2,000 years ago. Perhaps he had already regarded the three families as his enemies. After all, although the three families did not make a public appearance, the ones who benefited the most from the fall of the Linghu family were the Tuoba family, Gongyang family, and Changyu family, so there was bound to be some suspicion. But now, this guy who called himself young Master Linghu did not show the slightest bit of suspicion. Either this person did not suspect them at all, or this person was too shrewd and was a difficult character to deal with. They would rather believe that it was the latter. Therefore, after the three of them secretly exchanged glances, they had already made a tacit decision. Once they entered the core area of the Medicine King's remains, no matter what, they had to get their fellow tribesmen to get rid of this person as soon as possible to prevent future trouble. They were quite confident that they could do that. After all, although the Linghu bloodline had half of the King of Medicine's inheritance and had amazing achievements in the field of alchemy, the young master of the Linghu bloodline, who was born in this generation, was only a third-order black hole. He was too weak and had no resistance at all. He could only be killed. At this time, it was not late. Since Yi Xian had agreed to stay with the Tuoba family for 10 days, participate in the Medicine King Summit 3 days later, and then explore the Medicine King's ruins 10 days later, Tuoba Xiong, as the host, naturally had to do his part. He immediately smiled and invited Yi Xian to the Tuoba family's banquet, and the other masters of the 15 great families would follow along. The large banquet hall had a total of 4 tables. The 16 family heads and Yi Xian sat at the first table. Below them were 3 tables in a row. One table was for Tuoba Lin Feng and the other heirs of the 16 great families, while the other 2 tables were for the backbone of the great families. Each table could seat 20 people, and it was a very large round table, very impressive. Seeing Yi Xian sitting at the first table with the patriarchs, Tuoba Lin Feng and the others below had gloomy expressions on their faces. There was nothing they could do about it. They were in a bad mood, so they might as well not see it and not look over there. Only Xianyuan Ziying would occasionally turn her head to glance at Yi Xian, who was at the first table. In Tuoba Lin Feng's eyes, he thought that she had taken a fancy to Yi Xian, causing him to become even more depressed. The table full of good wine and dishes had all turned into the same taste in his mouth. It was like chewing wax, there was no difference. Sigh. After eating a few mouthfuls, Yi Xian suddenly sighed and put down his chopsticks with a look of disinterest. Tuoba Xiong, who was chatting with him, was startled. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, but as the host, it was inappropriate to not ask when the guests suddenly became like this. Thus, he braced himself and asked, "Little friend Linghu, what's wrong? Could it be that the dishes are not to your taste? My Tuoba family's private kitchen is the best in Heaven Battle Planet. It's not the chef's problem. In fact, this chef is really amazing. The cooking skills in his hands can be said to be magical. These simple ingredients that are not on the table can be made into so many different styles. This kind of taste is really rare. It really is worthy of being called the Tuoba family's private kitchen. These words were said in a very negative way, but Yi Xian was so serious and straightforward that no one could tell if he was doing it on purpose. In short, Tuoba Xiong's old face turned green and his eyelids twitched. However, Yi Xian didn't stop and continued to say, "Everyone, continue to eat. Don't worry about me. I will accompany you first. If you are really hungry later, you can go to the Clear River Pavilion. Although the braised subservient dragon liver there is not good, at least I can eat it and barely cope with it. Besides, it's not like I have to eat every meal. As a cultivator, sometimes when the conditions are not good enough, it's normal for me to cultivate for a few days without eating. Don't worry about me, I'm embarrassed." Hearing this, the masters of the top clans were all stunned. Although the ingredients on this table weren't as rare as the subservient dragon liver, it was still not bad. However, from the words of this chef, it was clear that he was used to eating dragon liver and phoenix marrow feasts. He couldn't even bear to eat a little. If there wasn't dragon liver and phoenix marrow, he would rather not eat it and just treat it as cultivation. As for the table below, Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhuo from Celestial Biotech, and Dongfang Lin from Shenong Biotech exchanged glances with each other with strange expressions on their faces. Xianyuan Ziying's eyelids twitched as she subconsciously stole a glance at Yi Xian. She suddenly felt the suspicion in her heart grow even stronger. This style was becoming more and more similar to that of a shameless person. Tuoba Linfeng was so angry that his face turned green. This was clearly tearing down the Tuoba family's reputation in front of everyone. What did he mean by the chef's cooking skills were amazing and could turn something rotten into something magical? After all this time, the banquet that the Tuoba family used to entertain the masters of the top 15 clans was all rotten ingredients. This kid's words were too infuriating. He simply wanted to strangle him to death on the spot to vent his anger. In fact, Tuoba Xiong was a little suspicious that Yi Xian was deliberately embarrassing him at this moment. However, it didn't seem like it at all on the surface. He was just so boorish. Besides, he did order a table of the best banquet in the Clear River Pavilion alone, including the braised subservient dragon liver. For that meal, he directly threw out a level 9-colored star core. He couldn't have been planning for this scene at that time, right? This was clearly not possible. Going to a banquet alone and throwing out a level 9-colored star core could only mean that he was a prodigal. Back then, the remnants of the Linghu bloodline did take away a lot of resources, which was enough for the young master of the main bloodline to squander. It seemed that this was a habit that he had long since developed. But even so, it was in the Linghu family. Now, this was the Tuoba family. Perhaps no one would tolerate this prodigal young master's temper. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong immediately persuaded with a fake smile, "Linghu, my young friend, I advise you to eat some. Even if you go back to the Clear River Pavilion, I'm afraid you won't be able to eat that dish. The subservient dragon is not easy to hunt. Only adult subservient dragons can be eaten. They are the supreme fierce beasts of the Tao Insight realm. Even in the Clear River Pavilion, it takes a long time to hunt one. It doesn't matter. Don't worry. As long as I go there, they will definitely find a way to hunt one to satisfy me." Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but his face showed a big smile. He winked at Tuoba Xiong and lowered his voice, "Tuoba family head, have you forgotten? This time, there are 20 places to enter the relics. Except for me and your 16 families, there are 17 places in total. There are 3 more places. At most, we can give them all to them. It's not a problem to exchange for 3 servings of dragon liver." Chapter 32-39. What kind of father was this? Hearing Yi Xian's idea, not only Tuoba Xiong, but also Gongyang Buhui and Changyu Jinglong wanted to curse him. Indeed, there were 3 more spots, but regarding this matter, they had already discussed it with the other clan masters of the top aristocratic families. It just so happened that the three of them would each receive one. As the host, the Tuoba family provided the Medicine King's steel and took the initiative to share the Medicine King's remains with everyone. They were fully qualified to do so, and the other clan masters of the top aristocratic families also agreed. There was no reason to pick them. But now, for 3 portions of braised sub-blood dragon liver, the prodigal son in front of them actually wanted to give them to the Clear River Pavilion. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that the Clear River Pavilion could send 3 people this time? At that time, when they entered the core area of the remains, they would be the only one. They were afraid that the Medicine King's inheritance in the core area would fall into the hands of the Clear River Pavilion. Thinking of this possibility, Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhue, and Changyu Jinglong suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, this prodigal son was straightforward and said it out loud. Otherwise, he would directly go to the Clear River Pavilion to finish the deal without saying anything. At that time, even if Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhue, and Changyu Jinglong wanted to deny it, they couldn't. The pavilion master of the Clear River Pavilion was too mysterious. Even the current crown prince of the Heavenly War Empire didn't dare to offend him, not to mention them. Even if Yi Xian generously exchanged their benefits for the braised sub-blood dragon liver, they couldn't compete with the Clear River Pavilion at all. They could only pinch their noses and accept it. They wouldn't be so sad even if they were f***ed by a dog. After so much trouble, it was all for the Clear River Pavilion. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong immediately made a decision. He turned around and glanced at Gongyang Buhue and Changyu Jinglong beside him, gritting his teeth and saying, "2 fellow cultivators, no matter what, we are the hosts after all. It's rare for you to come to the Heavenly War planet. How about we share the braised sub-blood dragon liver?" It wasn't that he was trying to share the burden, but that the 3 families had already formed an alliance. Since the benefits were shared after the matter was settled, why should the Tuoba family be responsible for all 3 portions of braised subservient dragon liver? An adult sub-blood dragon was a grotto heaven realm beast. Hunting such an existence would result in death. Moreover, it wasn't just any small fish or shrimp that would die. It was very likely that a grotto heaven realm elder of the clan would die. The faces of Gongyang Buhue and Changyu Jinglong turned green. The price of losing an elder of the Tao Insight realm was too great. However, if they did not agree, the good fortune in the Medicine King's relic might be taken by the Clear River Pavilion. In the end, the 2 of them turned their heads and exchanged a look. In the end, they gritted their teeth and agreed. They was could not to be translation. Of the to be was to be as was to were to be to the of was of the family is of. As is. This guy is definitely a jinx. With just a few words, Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu, the top 3 families of the heaven-warring planets, would most likely lose a Heavenly Passage realm elder. This was simply unimaginable. He had even squandered his family's wealth on other people's side. This was truly a source of calamity. "Oh, my fellow Taoist Tuoba, you're too polite. It's not easy to kill a sub-blood dragon. Braised sub-blood dragon liver is a top-grade dragon liver, which can only be picked from an adult sub-blood dragon. That's a supreme fierce beast at the Tao Insight realm. Even if you have a hunting method, it's still very dangerous." Yi Xian rejoiced in his heart, but on the surface, he appeared to be very polite and moved. As he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks again and ate heartily. All of a sudden, his appetite returned. "Oh right, Tuoba family head, if you really want to hunt the hornless dragon, can you leave the 3 hornless dragon horns for me? As you all know, the hornless dragon's horn can be used in medicine. Recently, this young master has been researching the level 10 gene cultivation fluid. The hornless dragon's horn should come in handy." Puff, hearing this, Tuoba Xiong wanted to spit out blood again. This guy even wants the hornless dragon's horn. And 3 of them. It should be known that half of the reason why he agreed to this was because of the 3 hornless dragon's horn. The level 10 gene cultivation fluid did need the hornless dragon's horn. Although the amount was very small, the Tuoba family's technology of making level 10 gene cultivation fluid was not very stable. Therefore, the consumption of the hornless dragon's horn was not small. Previously, the 2 hornless dragon's horn in the collection of the clan were almost used up. They could only make 3 bottles of level 10 gene cultivation fluid. If they hunted 3 sub-blood dragons this time, at least the consumption of the hornless dragon's horn would be guaranteed when they made level 10 gene cultivation fluid in the future. If this guy got all the hornless dragon's horn, the clan would risk losing an elder of the Tao Insight realm. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiong gritted his teeth and hesitated for a long time. Then, he said with hatred, "My young friend, our Tuoba family also needs the hornless dragon's horn, and it's in urgent need. So, I can only give you 1.5. Deal." How shameless. Tuoba Xiong suddenly did not want to see this guy's shameless face anymore. He stood up with grief and indignation. "Enjoy your meal, everyone. I suddenly feel a little pain in my liver, so I won't accompany you any longer." Then, he flicked his sleeves and left. "My young friend, are you studying level 10 gene cultivation fluid?" As soon as Tuoba Xiong left, Yuan Changfeng, the leader of the celestial master creature from the immortal star, immediately looked at Yi Xian with shining eyes. "Ha ha ha. Ling Hu, my young friend, is really talented. If you want to study level 10 gene cultivation fluid, you must have the foundation of level 9 gene cultivation fluid. I didn't expect that in addition to the 3 top families of the Immortal Star and the new Tuoba family, there would be a 5th expert who can make level 9 gene cultivation fluid. Congratulations." Duanmu Liangling, the leader of the Duanmu family from the Heavenly Wind Empire's Heavenly Wind Star, also took over the conversation. As he spoke, he winked at Yi Xian. Stroking his beard, he said, "My young friend, you should not have a family yet, right? It just so happens that I want to find a son-in-law." "Oh, right, my daughter, Duanmu Xiaocha, is sitting at that table over there. You should have already met her. She is absolutely a heavenly beauty. My young friend, you are worthy of having her." "Bah, bah, bah, you shameless old man, pimping this old man's son-in-law. This is the good son-in-law of the Xianyuan family. Old man Duanmu, don't you have any shame?" Hearing Duanmu Liangling's words, the leader of the Xianyuan family was so anxious that his beard trembled. He put down his chopsticks and was about to explode on the spot. "Pfft! Old Xianyuan, who the hell are you calling a pimp? You shameless old man, you dare to say such shameless words in front of the younger generation." Duanmu Liangling was so angry that he almost spat out blood. Seeing that the table was about to be flipped on the spot, the purplish warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha at the other table subconsciously looked at each other. For a moment, they felt that they were in the same boat. Their faces were full of shame and anger, and they couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in immediately. Chapter 3240. Dear nephews, after the banquet, the patriarchs and leaders of the top families temporarily left. As for Yi Xian, he'd just been led by the Tuoba family's butler to a quiet small courtyard to stay in. Finally, it was quiet. Yi Xian immediately set up a defensive barrier and began to check the ancient tablet of the Medicine King that was suspended above his sea of consciousness. What made him slightly disappointed was that although the ancient tablet had recognized its owner, no matter how Yi Xian tried to activate it, it remained indifferent. The only information Yi Xian could obtain from the ancient tablet was the hundreds of millions of herbs in the first 3 stages, as well as the minerals that could be used as medicine, the materials from the ominous beasts, and the details of their medicinal properties. All of this was meaningless to him, because the information from the devouring system had already been copied and stored in the central database of the system. If he wanted to check this information, Yi Xian could directly retrieve it from the central database of the devouring system, which was much more convenient and faster than obtaining the information from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. It seems that this ancient tablet of the Medicine King is really just a key. With it, I can enter the core of the Medicine King's remains. The so-called Medicine King's inheritance will have to be fought for after I enter. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian could not help but sigh faintly. No wonder Tuoba Xiong was so generous and allowed me to refine this ancient tablet of the Medicine King. To them, this is just a key. As long as the person who holds the key is in their hands, it will be fine. If I want to obtain the real Medicine King's inheritance, I will have to go through a lot of fighting. Of the 20 spots, I'll take one, the 16 top-notch clans will take one each, and the remaining 3 should be Tuoba clan, Gongyang clan, and Changyu clan's 3 clans. If there is no accident, the 3 families should have already secretly formed an alliance. That is to say, when the time comes to enter the core of the Medicine King's remains, the 3 families will have 6 Black Hole Realm Juniors. Even if the other 13 great families cooperate, it is impossible for there to be 6 of them. That way, even the distribution of benefits will not be decided. If there are no accidents, at most 2 or 3 of the other 13 top families have reached a cooperation agreement. No matter what, on the surface, it looks like the Tuoba family has the upper hand. The Medicine King's inheritance is theirs. It's a pity that Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhue, and Changyu Jinglong made a mistake. In their eyes, I might be the least threatening one since I'm only a rank 3 black hole. But in reality, 6 black hole realm experts? I can use it to train my hands. When the time comes, I'll put on my battle armor and wield my battle weapons, both of which are quasi-starry sky supreme treasures. On top of that, I'll have the Fallen Heaven Bow's ability. Thinking of this, Yi Xian grinned and said, I'm really looking forward to this battle. After putting this matter aside for the time being, Yi Xian withdrew his divine sense from his knowledge sea and began to focus on studying the billions of new medicinal herbs, minerals, and dire beast materials that had been added to the devouring system's central database. Not only did the 3 stages of the Medicine King's tablet completely update the devouring system's central database in this regard, but it also allowed Yi Xian to see a new path of gene fluid research, which gave him a lot of inspiration. Although the gene fluid required countless medicinal herbs and dire beast materials in all kinds of ratios and variations, the various top families had explored for many years and gradually developed their own methods to form a system of secret arts and secret recipes. However, in Yi Xian's opinion, even if he had just started using an unorthodox method, he would not necessarily fall behind because he had the immortal rank superbrain. Its calculation ability was too strong. With such a treasure in hand, it was equivalent to having the most powerful computer in the current starry sky environment. In terms of the research of gene fluids, Yi Xian had an innate advantage that none of the other top-notch families possessed. Although there was also an immortal rank superbrain in the immortal star, and it was a mature one, that immortal rank superbrain bore the important mission of being the intelligence center of the immortal star dynasty's level 1 star network. How could it have the time to calculate gene fluid formulas for the top families of the 3 immortal stars? Bodhi technology, celestial worthy creatures, and Shenong gene. Therefore, Yi Xian, who had a growth-grade immortal rank superbrain, definitely had a calculation ability in the field of gene fluid research that far surpassed the 16 great families. As long as he got started, he might really be able to concoct the level 11 gene fluid before the Tuoba family. With this kind of expectation, Yi Xian quickly immersed himself in the research, starting from the configuration of the level 1 gene fluid and becoming intoxicated. Early the next morning, as soon as Yi Xian woke up, the head housekeeper of the Tuoba family had already led 2 servants to deliver breakfast. What he said at the banquet last night was indeed effective. Although it was only breakfast, the ingredients were extremely extraordinary. It was a light porridge made from top-grade ingredients from dire beasts. Yi Xian ate it with great satisfaction. He felt a warm current flowing down his throat into his stomach, and in an instant, it turned into a burning energy, causing his body to resonate with the sound of his flesh and blood cells struggling to break free from their shackles. Of course, a bowl of top-grade dire beast's ingredient porridge was far from enough to make him directly break through the realm in terms of blood and qi, but there was no doubt that there was an improvement. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, this kind of great family was the best. If he could eat this kind of energy porridge made from top-grade dire beast's ingredient every day, over time, he would be able to accumulate a certain amount of blood and qi and improve the realm. If this kind of thought was known by the head of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Xiong, he was afraid that he would spurt out blood on the spot. This bowl of light porridge made from dire beast's ingredient was very expensive, and even he was reluctant to eat it. It was completely to appease Yi Xian, fearing that he would have the idea of taking 3 places to go to the Clear River Pavilion to eat, so he endured the pain and sent it over. Yi Xian actually wanted to eat it every day. If he really did that, he was afraid that in less than a year, the entire Tuoba family would be eaten by him. Just after breakfast, Tuoba Lin Feng, the purplish warbler, and the other heirs of the great families came together with bitter faces. In addition to the 16 people who had already seen yesterday, there were 3 more fellows today, following behind Tuoba Lin Feng, Gong Yangji, and Chang Yu Xiaotian. They must be the new candidates of the Tuoba family, who were also in the Black Hole realm. There were a total of 19 people. Including Yi Xian, there were exactly 20 people. This group of people should be the younger generation of the great families that would enter the Medicine King's remains in 9 days. The reason why they came together early in the morning was because the other 13 families wanted to be on good terms with Yi Xian. After all, apart from refining the Medicine King's ancient tablet and holding the key to enter the core of the Medicine King's remains, Yi Xian's terrifying talent in alchemy was also favored by them. The Xianyuan family and Duanmu family also wanted to recruit a son-in-law. As for the Tuoba family, Gongyang family, and Changyu family, they hoped that this group of young people would pester Yi Xian and divert his attention, hoping that he would not only think about eating all day. Even if he did not go to the Clear River Pavilion, what if he ate all day in the Tuoba family? He could not stand it. Chapter 32-41. The main character has arrived in the next 2 days, including the purplish warbler. 19 of the top clan successors and Heaven's prides, under the pressure of their elders, gritted their teeth and patiently accompanied Yi Xian. They were called nephew and niece by him, and their days were bleak. At this time, they finally deeply realized how shameless and hateful this young masterling who was. Fortunately, Yi Xian did not pay special attention to the other clan successors, except for the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu clans. In these 2 days, Tuoba Lin Feng, Gongyang Ji, and Changyu Xiaotian had lost a lot of weight, and their spirits were somewhat absent-minded. It was as if they had been tormented to the point of leaving a psychological shadow. Whenever they heard the name Linghu, they would tremble and tremble. Their miserable appearance was simply tear-jerking. In addition, at noon on the 2nd day, the Tuoba clan served a large plate of braised sub-blood dragon liver and placed it in front of Yi Xian. Tuoba Xiong's eyes were red, and he simply could not eat. In order to hunt this sub-blood dragon, the Tuoba clan dispatched 3 Heavenly Passage realm elders. In the end, one of them was seriously injured. Although no one died, that elder was Tuoba Xiong's uncle. For the King of Medicine's inheritance, they were obviously going all out. The leaders and clan masters of the other top clans had also heard about this. In their eyes, this plate of braised sub-blood dragon liver was something that the elder of the Tuoba clan had sacrificed half of his life in exchange for. So, who would have the nerve to eat it? In the end, Yi Xian ate alone with a mouth full of oil. This mature sub-blood dragon was a powerful ominous beast that had just entered the Heavenly Passage realm. Its whole body's essence was in 2 places, the dragon's horn and the dragon's liver. The former could not be eaten and could only be used as medicine, while the latter was a top-grade ingredient. Furthermore, because this hornless dragon was killed on the same day and its liver was braised, the loss of energy in the hornless dragon's liver was relatively small. Once the entire hornless dragon's liver entered his stomach, Yi Xian instantly felt as if his entire body had fallen into a huge furnace and was being roasted. This was also because he had just eaten a serving of sub-blood hornless dragon's liver yesterday. Although it had been sitting there for 3 days and its energy had been depleted, the energy of 2 servings of hornless dragon's liver was not to be underestimated. Before the others finished eating, he finished the plate of braised hornless dragon's liver alone and immediately left in a hurry. He went to the small courtyard where he stayed to cultivate. Half an hour later, a beam of red light shot into the sky from Yi Xian's courtyard, accompanied by Yi Xian's hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Awesome! It was so satisfying. I ate until my mouth was dripping with oil and I accidentally broke through. Now, my cultivation base in terms of vitality force is already a rank 4 black hole. There are still 2 more plates of hornless dragon's liver tomorrow and the day after. At least I can break through one more time and become a rank 5 black hole in the blink of an eye. Sigh, Tooba family's head is really a good person. If I can stay here for a long time, I won't go anywhere if I have a plate of hornless dragon's liver every day. Hearing this hearty laughter, the faces of the other top families in the banquet hall immediately turned green. Even old man Duanmu and the head of the Xinyuan family, who originally wanted to recruit a son-in-law, suddenly came to their senses and immediately dismissed the idea. This guy was clearly a top-notch foodie. Fortunately, he realized it in time. Otherwise, if he really brought him back to the clan as a son-in-law, he would probably eat up the entire clan in less than a year. Thinking of this, old man Duanmu and the head of the Xinyuan family looked at each other subconsciously. They both thought to themselves that it was a close call, and cold sweat dripped down their backs. Humph. This old man has a bit of liver pain today, so I won't accompany you all. Enjoy your meal. Tuoba Xiong gritted his teeth. Since last night's banquet, he hadn't eaten a single grain of rice. He really couldn't eat anymore, and his heart was bleeding. When he walked to the entrance of the banquet hall, he suddenly thought of something and stopped. He turned around and looked at Gong Yongbuhui and Changyu Jinglong. 2 old friends, there are still 9 days left. You can discuss how to supply 2 meals of hornless dragon's liver. Don't do it consecutively. It's better to do it a few days apart. Otherwise, if we get addicted to it, we really can't handle it. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left with a face full of grief and indignation. At the same time, in the void of the galaxy millions of miles away from the capital of the Heavenly War Empire, the Heavenly War Planet, a fleet of merchant ships was slowly approaching. Their target was the Heavenly War Planet. This fleet of merchant ships wasn't a fleet of the human clan of the Third Universe. Judging from the emblems on the merchant ships, they were clearly from the Barbarian Bull clan of the Second Universe. The Barbarian Bull clan was also one of the clans of the Federation of the Second Universe. They had been trading with the human clan of the Third Universe for a long time. Through the planar-level universe wormhole, the merchant fleets of the 2 universes could communicate with each other. This had been very common since tens of thousands of years ago. Therefore, when the merchant fleet of the Barbarian Bull clan arrived, the patrol ships of the Heavenly War Empire didn't have any excessive reaction. They just did a routine inspection and directly let them go. At this time, several figures were standing on the flagship of the fleet. The one in the lead was a young human man with an imposing appearance. He was quite extraordinary. His cultivation realm had also reached the peak of the rank 9 black hole. In addition to this young human man in the black hole realm, there were several human powerhouses standing behind him, as well as several powerhouses of the Barbarian Bull clan with bull horns on their heads. One of the powerhouses of the Barbarian Bull clan even had the cultivation of the Grotto Heaven realm. He was extremely powerful. Even so, he still stood behind the young human man in the peak of the rank 9 black hole realm like a follower. This showed that this young human man must have an extraordinary origin and must have a big force behind him. In the environment of the starry sky, it was basically impossible for a rogue cultivator to subdue someone stronger than him as a servant. Following someone whose cultivation was stronger than himself, the only explanation was that there was a huge force behind him. Young Master, we have connected to the level 2 star network of the Heavenly War planet. The basic situation is similar to what we have learned before. The Tuoba clan has indeed successfully formulated the level 10 gene cultivation fluid. The reason why their research on the gene cultivation fluid has advanced by leaps and bounds is indeed because they have obtained some benefits from the Medicine King's relics that were originally controlled by my Linghu clan. The Medicine King's tablet, which is the key to open the core of the Medicine King's relics, has been taken out by Tuoba Xiong. At this time, another old man of the human clan hurried over and stood aside with his hands clasped behind his back. He reported to the young human powerhouse that he had just learned, but this is not the main point. The main point is that after Tuoba Xiong took the Medicine King's tablet out of the Medicine King's relics, he set it up in the Tuoba Square so that anyone could challenge it. As a result, just yesterday, this tablet was passed 3 times by a young Black Hole Realm powerhouse, and he passed it perfectly. He has already been recognized as its master. This person is now in the Tuoba clan and is being treated as a distinguished guest. And this person is called Linghu Chong, and he calls himself Young Master Linghu. This is clearly using your identity. Gotcha. Chapter 32-42. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Universe 2 Een Demon Clan. The young expert's name was Linghu Ju. He was the true young master of the Linghu clan. In fact, it was possible to say that he was the clan leader of the Linghu bloodline. That was because his father had passed away many years ago. The entire Linghu bloodline that had escaped from the Heaven Battle planet had long since obeyed Linghu Ju's orders. He had become the leader of the Linghu bloodline. The young master of the Linghu clan, who had escaped from the Heaven Battle planet, was Linghu Ju's father. More than 2,000 years ago, before Linghu Ju was born, the Linghu clan was the only clan in the entire dynasty that could concoct a level 9 fluid. Even the Bodhi technology, celestial worthy creatures, and Shenong genes of the imperial capital's immortal planet could only concoct a level 8 fluid. The Xinyuan, Huangfu, and Nangong clans of the Heavenly Dark Empire, the Duanmu, Wuma, and Shinta clans of the Heavenly Wind Empire, and the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu clans of the Heavenly War Empire could only concoct a level 7 fluid. It could be said that the Linghu clan was the only clan at that time. In the field of gene cultivation fluid research, they were even more envious than the Tuoba clan, who had just launched a level 10 fluid. Because of this, the Heavenly War Empire had joined forces with the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu clans of the Heaven Battle planet to destroy the entire Linghu clan overnight. It was said that the Immortal Dynasty was behind this, but this matter had not been confirmed. However, there were some clues that could prove it. Because without the Imperial Dynasty's participation, the Heavenly War Empire alone would not have been able to affect the 3 empires of the Imperial Dynasty. The secondary star networks of the 3 empires, as well as the secondary star networks of the various countries within their territories, could not find any information related to the Linghu clan. This time, Linghu Ju had come back for revenge. Originally, he wasn't ready. According to the original plan, he fled to the Linghu clan in the second universe. He needed to recuperate for more than 1,000 years. Only then would he have the confidence to return to the third universe and come to the heaven-warring planet to eradicate the Tuoba clan, the Gong clan, and the Long Fish clan in one fell swoop. From then on, they once again gained the upper hand and became the most powerful existence in the gene cultivation fluid field in the entire Heaven Battle planet and even in the entire Undying Dynasty. As long as this kind of momentum was formed, even if the Heavenly Battle Empire and even the Eternal Dynasty had their suspicions, as long as Linghu Ju pretended not to know the truth of what happened back then and only pointed the spearhead at the Heavenly Battle planet's 3 great families, The empire and dynasty would most likely tolerate their existence for the time being due to the powerful genetic fluid research ability in their hands. This way, Ling Hujie could secretly set up his plans. They would use time to slowly erode the empire until they were finally destroyed. From then on, they would have the strength and capital to contend with the dynasty. From this, one could see how great his ambition was and how intense his hatred was. His target wasn't just the Heaven Battle Planet's 3 greatest gene fluid clans, but even the Heaven Battle Empire and the entire Immortal Dynasty. Of course, if it was only to destroy the Heavenly War Empire, even if they replaced it, they definitely wouldn't have the strength to contend against the entire Everlasting Empire. But Ling Hujie was not worried, because he had other trump cards, and that was the various races of the Second Universe. Back then, the reason why the Linghu family was able to rise so quickly and had the ability to concoct the 9th-level genetic fluid was because they had discovered the Medicine King's ruins near the Heavenly Battle Planet. At the periphery of the Medicine King's ruins, half of the Medicine King's inheritance was obtained by the Linghu family, allowing them to have the ability to concoct the 9th-level genetic fluid. It was also because of this that they attracted a fatal disaster. Later on, the young master of the Linghu family escaped with a batch of resources and went to the Second Universe. There, he rested for more than 2,000 years and carefully studied the half of the Medicine King's incomplete book. Today, the Linghu family had successfully concocted the 11th-level genetic fluid not long ago. Compared to the Tuoba family who had just discovered the Medicine King's ruins and used it to concoct the 10th-level genetic fluid, they were even more powerful in this field. Because of this, Ling Hujie and the 2 great races of the Second Universe had secretly reached a strategic cooperation. On the surface, the one who cooperated with them was the Barbarian Bull clan, which was one of the races of the Second Universe's federation. The first race was the Yin Demon clan. Although the Yin Demon clan was also a race of the Second Universe, they had not joined the Myriad Luo Federation. There were many other races in the Second Universe, but not all of them had joined the Myriad Luo Federation. Although joining the Federation was the general trend, there were also some powerful races that were unable and unwilling to join the Federation for some special reasons. The Yin Demon clan was one of them. It could be said that Ling Hujie had secretly allied with the 2 great races of the Second Universe. The support behind him was extremely powerful. If he could destroy the Heavenly Battle Empire, coupled with the support from the Second Universe, he would have the qualifications to fight against the Immortal Dynasty. At present, the situation of the Federation was very tense. Because of the Tenju Heavenly Palace of the Cultivation Camp, the races of the Second Universe's Federation were showing signs of breaking off with the Federation. It was because of this general trend, coupled with the shocking news that the Tuoba family had successfully developed the 10th-level genetic fluid, that Ling Hujie suspected that the Medicine King's ruins in the star field near the Heavenly Battle Planet had been exposed. As a result, he had no choice but to take action 1,000 years in advance. He brought a Barbarian Bull clan fleet disguised as a merchant fleet from the Second Universe to the Heavenly Battle Empire. In fact, this fleet was a powerful battle fleet. Aside from the Barbarian Bull clan experts that appeared as merchants, there were also a large number of Yin Demon clan experts hidden in the fleet. This time, Ling Hujie had 2 goals for mobilizing the Heavenly Battle Planet. First, enter the Medicine King's ruins, enter the core area, and obtain the complete inheritance of the Medicine King. Second, destroy the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu clans, and use the name of Ling Hujie to establish a foothold in the Heavenly Battle Planet. Then, pretend that he did not know the truth of the destruction of his clans and feign civility with the Heavenly Battle Empire, slowly plotting. But now, he had traveled hundreds of millions of miles from the Second Universe, and before he even reached the Heavenly Battle Planet, he actually heard that someone had used his identity as the young master of the Linghu clan to stir up trouble in the Heavenly Battle Planet. Not only did this person take the opportunity to refine the Medicine King's ancient tablet, which was equivalent to the key to the core area of the ruins, he even used his identity as the young master of the Linghu clan to become an honored guest of the Tuoba clan. If this matter were to be known by the ancestors of the Linghu clan, they would be so angry that they would crawl out of their graves on the spot. Damned bastard, not only did he use this young master's identity, he even went to this young master's enemy's house to become an honored guest. This is clearly the rhythm of smearing feces on this young master's face. At this moment, Ling Hu was about to explode from anger. He, who had always been calm and low-key, had completely gone berserk. Thinking about it, it was actually understandable. He originally came here full of ambition, but unexpectedly, before he even entered the heavenly battle planet, he received such news. Anyone would find it hard to accept in such a short time. Damned bastard, Ling Hu, right? If this young master does not kill you, I am not a human. Ling Hu was enraged and roared towards the sky. Ah. Chapter 32-43. Rapid progress. Today was the third day since Yi Xian was welcomed into the Tuoba family as an honored guest. At the same time, today was also the day of the Medicine King's Summit of the 16 Great Clans. After today, there were only 7 days left before the Tuoba family and the 16 Great Clans joined forces to explore the Medicine King's relics. In just 3 short days, Tuoba Xiong felt that each day was like a year, as if 3 years had passed. He had lost a lot of weight, and when he hosted the Medicine King's Summit this morning, a pair of deep panda eyes appeared. Originally, all the great clans had their own plans for this Medicine King's Summit, whether it was the Tuoba family, the Gong family, and the Changyu family who invited other great clans, or the Bodhi technology, celestial creatures, Shenong Jin, and the Xianyuan family who were invited. All of them hoped that before this Medicine King's Summit, they would be able to find out some secret techniques and techniques related to the concoction of gene fluids from the other clans. But now, all the great clans had given up on this idea, and no longer had any extravagant hopes. All of this was because of Yi Xian. These secret techniques and techniques were all in the hands of the great clans, and everyone knew that in this Medicine King's Summit, the discussions on the surface were all irrelevant topics. Only some secret exploratory discussions and exchanges would involve the real gold and silver in the hands of the great clans. Everyone wanted to obtain some important techniques from other clans that they had not yet mastered, but these techniques could not be obtained out of thin air. All the great clans had listed the bottom line of exchange, and they needed to test each other. In this way, they could obtain the most benefits with the least cost. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was also thirsty for talent in this aspect. After the summit began, he became a real headless fly in the blink of an eye, wandering everywhere. Every time he saw 2 important figures of the great clans gathered together and whispered to each other, he would immediately grin and run over, saying that he wanted to communicate. In reality, his idea was to eavesdrop on the secret exchange of techniques. As for him, it was obvious that he couldn't bring out any useful key technology. He was clearly a freeloader. Often, he would frighten both parties who were testing each other or had the intention to trade to keep their mouths shut, so that he wouldn't take advantage of them. After the commotion, the whole morning passed. In the end, all the 16 great clans sighed to each other. With this devil incarnate stirring up trouble, they finally realized that the Medicine King Peak was completely useless this time. No one could have a pleasant exchange, unless they were willing to be taken advantage of by him on both sides and learn all the key technologies that the 2 clans took out to exchange for nothing. The situation in the afternoon was still the same. In the end, the whole Medicine King Peak would end hastily. The masters and leaders of the 16 top aristocratic families were all sad and indignant, but there was nothing they could do. At a time like this, no one dared to easily offend Yi Xian. In these short 3 days, he had already successfully created the image of Ling Hu. In short, this was a person who appeared to be extremely easy to get along with and didn't have any shrewdness. However, in reality, he was a person who often made people gnash their teeth in hatred. He dared to do anything shameless, and all of them were righteous. If they really pissed him off, the exploration of the Medicine King's remains in 7 days was very likely to be in vain. Once this guy got angry, he could do anything. It was like a game to break a promise on the spot. Speaking of which, he even said that he was unrestrained and did whatever he wanted. To be able to say that he was so magnanimous and extraordinary, there was probably no one but him. It was precisely because they deeply understood the beauty of Ling Huchong's unrestrained and magnanimous nature that the two clans, who originally wanted to do a perfunctory job, did not dare to fool him in the end. In the following days, they each sent several Tao inside realm elders to the distant void outside the Heaven's War planet. They each successfully hunted an adult sub-blood dragon, took its liver and cooked 2 plates of braised sub-blood dragon liver for Yi Xian to enjoy. Finally, they had fulfilled their promise and completed their task. Although 2 of the 3 Tao inside realm elders were injured, none of them died. However, the Changyu family, which was the last to act, encountered a group of sub-blood dragons that had come out of their nest to look for food after successfully killing a sub-blood dragon. As a result, although 2 elders managed to escape with the sub-blood dragon, one of them was killed in the end. A Heavenly Passage realm elder had fallen just like that. The Longfish family didn't have the nerve to announce this matter because of their reputation, so they didn't spread the news at first. After the sub-blood hornless dragon that they brought back cut open its liver and cooked a plate of braised hornless dragon liver, Yi Xian finally broke through again. Now, his strength of qi and blood had reached rank 5 of the Black Hole realm, entering the middle stage of this realm. When the news was sent back to the Changyu clan, the head of the clan, Changyu Jinglong, was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. Then, he roared, revealing a strong killing intent. In the next few days, Yi Xian did not cause any more trouble. After living in the Tuoba clan for a few days, his strength of qi and blood had broken through 2 minor realms, which made him very satisfied. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. He realized that the nerves of Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu, the 3 great heaven battle planets' top-notch families, had been forced to the extreme by him. If there were any other more excessive requests, he feared that they would erupt before entering the Medicine King's ruins. Therefore, these days, Yi Xian had been concentrating on the concoction of gene fluid. Starting from rank 1 gene fluid to rank 7 gene fluid, Yi Xian's progress in the concoction of gene fluid was very fast. It was almost a day before the set date to explore the Medicine King's remains, and he was already able to successfully concoct rank 7 gene fluid. As for the various herbs that he needed to refine, minerals that could be used as medicine, and some fierce beast materials, etc., they were all provided by the Tuoba clan. When Yi Xian said that he needed some herbs and materials to study the concoction of gene fluid, Tuoba Xiong was anxious at first, thinking that he was going to ask for too much this time. If this kid was going to study rank 10 gene fluid, rank 11 gene fluid, and so on, because the herbs and materials needed were all top-quality goods, even the Tuoba clan could not afford to squander them. In the end, Yi Xian only asked for some of the lowest quality materials. Only then did Tuoba Xiong breathe a sigh of relief and let out a word that they were open to supply, as long as they could divert his attention and make him not think about going to the Clear River Pavilion all day long, or eating the sub-blood dragon's liver. Until the day before the departure, Yi Xian only asked for various herbs and materials to concoct rank 7 gene fluid. Although it could not be considered as low-quality goods, for the Tuoba clan, it was completely acceptable. Of course, the most important thing was that the time was approaching, and if they endured it, it would only be the last day. Therefore, although Yi Xian asked for more herbs and materials on the last day, Tuoba Xiong gritted his teeth and finally provided them to him. Chapter 32-44. The Void's secret territory. The time was finally up, and all the top-notch families were on the move. The top-notch families from the Undying Star, Bodhi Technology, Celestial Biotech, and Shenong Biotech. The Xianyuan, Huangfu, and Nangong families from the Heavenly Dark Empire, the Duanmu, Wuma, and Shintu families from the Heavenly Wind Empire, and the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu families from the Heavenly War Empire. And the other 4 families in the empire that had the ability to concoct the level 8 liquid, the Huyan family, Bailey family, Pingqing Pharmaceuticals, and Life Genetics. A total of 16 top-notch families and forces that participated in the Medicine King Summit, in addition to some rogue cultivators that left their names on the Medicine King's tablet, formed a huge fleet and set off from the Heavenly War planet, sailing towards the distant void. Because the Medicine King's ruin was discovered by the Tuoba family of the Heavenly War planet, the entire fleet was led by the Tuoba family. Their family's 10,000-meter fortress was at the forefront of the fleet. It was worth mentioning that although there were 16 space fortresses in the fleet, they were all 10,000 meters in diameter, not 5,000 meters in diameter, 20,000 meters in diameter, or 50,000 meters in diameter. After all, these were only the fleets of the top-notch families and forces. 10,000 meters in diameter was already the limit, not 20,000 meters in diameter. Of course, the Heavenly War Empire still had its military, but this time, the Heavenly War Empire did not participate in the exploration, probably to avoid suspicion, so that the other top-notch families could rest assured. Otherwise, if the local military intervened, the other forces would have nothing to do, including the top-notch families from the Undying Star such as Bodhi Technology, Celestial Biotech, and Shenong Biotech. Although they came from the imperial capital, they were still a civilian force and could not compete with the Heavenly War Empire's government. If the Heavenly War Empire's government participated, it was very likely that all the other foreign forces would have no choice but to join forces, which would do more harm than good to the Heavenly War Empire's government and the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu families. Because of this, the officials of the Heavenly War Empire simply did not participate, but everyone knew that Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu, the three local top families, and the officials of the Heavenly War Empire must have already made an agreement. Everyone just had a tacit understanding. Therefore, apart from Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu, these three local top families, all the other families and forces had secretly made other preparations. Before obtaining the Medicine King's inheritance in the core of the Medicine King's remains, it was normal for everyone to be on good terms with each other. However, once the Medicine King's inheritance was found, such a situation would no longer exist. If other forces other than Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu obtained the inheritance, they would definitely activate their backup methods. For example, they would have already prepared some instant teleportation arrays to send the King of Medicine's inheritance away at the first moment. Otherwise, there would be disputes. Of course, Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu, the three top local families and the officials of the Heavenly War Empire must have long been on guard against this move. In short, everyone seemed to be amiable on the surface, but they all had their own schemes in the dark. The exploration of the ruins this time was still fine before the ownership of the Medicine King's inheritance was revealed. Once the dust settled and the ownership was decided, the backup plans that all the forces had prepared would all be revealed. At that time, it would be like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their own abilities. In addition to the fleets of the 16 top families, the Clear River Pavilion in the Heavenly War planet also had secret arrangements, but they did not set off on the spur of the moment. They had already lurked around the Medicine King's remains. The same was true for Linghu Ju's forces. The Second Universe's barbarian dragon clan fleet disguised as a commercial fleet had already docked at the public interstellar dock of the Heavenly War planet, but Linghu Ju quietly left the Heavenly War planet with some of his confidants and experts from the Barbarian Bull clan and the Yin Demon clan. They also lurked around the Medicine King's remains. For Hu Qing, the most important thing now was to send experts to follow young Master Linghu Chong into the Medicine King's remains to compete for the Medicine King's inheritance. Similarly, for the real Linghu young master, Linghu Ju, competing for the Medicine King's inheritance was also the most important thing now. However, they all knew that even if they had the key to enter the core of the Medicine King's remains, the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, there were still only 20 spots to enter. Apart from Yi Xian who had refined the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, the other 19 spots had already been divided among the 16 top families. Whether it was Clear River Pavilions Hu Qing or Linghu Young Master Linghu Ju, if they wanted to send people in, they could only wait for the opportunity to snatch the spots from the hands of the 16 top families at the last moment. The rules of the Medicine Kings remains limited. The people who could enter the Medicine Kings remains to be starry sky experts below the origin realm. Therefore, the experts that Hu Qing and Linghu Young Master Linghu Ju had prepared for this were all existences at the great perfection of the black hole realm. Among them, Linghu Ju had prepared 4 great perfection powerhouses of the black hole 9 team, including himself. Yi Xian, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Changyu Xiaotian, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Xiao Qianru from the Immortal Star Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhuo from Celestial Worthy Creatures, Dongfang Lin from Shenong Genes, and the other heirs and young geniuses of the various great families and forces were all gathered in the 10,000-meter-long castle of the Tuoba family at this moment. Including the family heads and leaders of the 16 great families, they were also gathered here. Apart from Yi Xian, who was idling, the other heirs of the various great families were all close to the leaders of their respective families at this moment and were individually being briefed. Although these heirs and geniuses of the various great families often hung out together recently, they dared not say that their relationship was very good, but they were quite harmonious with each other and had a certain degree of friendship. However, everyone knew in their hearts that once they entered the core of the Medicine King's remains, their relationship would instantly reverse, and they would become competitors, enemies of life and death. Among them, there might be existences who had already formed private alliances. The 3 great families, Tuoba family, Gong Yangji, and Changyu family, even had 2 juniors entering the core of the Medicine King's remains. But all in all, an intense battle between the two was unavoidable. For days later, the void in front of the fleet was extremely desolate, and there were only a few scattered wild stars in sight. This place had long deviated from the main route of the Heaven Battle Planet, and was extremely far away from the main route of the Heaven Battle Planet. Get ready. We're almost at the Void's secret realm where the Medicine King's remains is. It's not far from the void up ahead. At this time, the Tuoba family head, Tuoba Xiong, finally spoke, and turned to Yi Xian and the others. The entrance to the Void's secret realm will not appear, and we need to activate the array. We have already arranged everything, but the battleships cannot enter. When the time comes, when the passage appears, all of you will follow me in. Chapter 32:45. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Another plane. The Medicine King's remains was not far from the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital, the Heavenly Battle Planet. It was only a 4 to 5 day flight. Although it was very far away from the main route of the capital, it was located in a very remote star field. In this area, there were not even many stars in the void, and there was not much development value, so there were very few people who came here on normal days. However, no matter what, this area was located at the edge of the capital. It was impossible for it to remain a secret for tens of thousands of years. The reason for this situation was that this ancient relic was not located in the normal void of the universe. It was hidden in a void secret territory, which was equivalent to an alien plane. However, it was connected to this universe plane where the human clan of the third universe was located by a void passage. Void passageways were actually small wormholes in the universe that connected different void planes. The void secret territory where the Medicine King's remains was located could be regarded as another universe plane. However, because it was very small, it was far from being called a universe plane. Therefore, this kind of small alien plane was habitually called the void secret territory. The miniature universe wormhole that passed through the void secret region where the Medicine King's relics was located, which was also commonly known as the void tunnel, was usually hidden and did not appear. It was precisely for this reason that the mysterious veil of the Medicine King's relics had always existed and had never been revealed to the world. Just like the legendary Peach Blossom Spring, if one did not know the entrance, even if they walked nearby, they would still miss it. In the past countless years, countless experts who had passed through the void of this star area had passed by the mysterious Medicine King's remains in this way. But now, with the rumbling of thunder in the void in front of them, some mysterious lights could be faintly seen in the vast void. These were the nodes of the formation set up by the Tuoba family in the nearby void. Now that they were all activated, finally, a small wormhole that was like a black hole in the universe appeared in this huge void formation. It was deep and distant, and it was dark inside. It was connected to another small universe plane. The 16 10,000-meter-long fortresses of the entire fleet all stopped and surrounded the small wormhole in a fan shape. Then, the patriarchs and helmsmen of the 16 great clans all led the experts of their clans out of the warships and rushed toward the void passage ahead. Among them, there were also some independent cultivators who had left their names on the tablet of the Medicine King. They were also allowed to enter the Medicine King's remains, but they could only move around the periphery like the other cultivators of the 16 great clans, searching for opportunities. After entering the void passage, one would enter the alternate plane where the Medicine King's relics was located. The entire alternate plane was actually the periphery of the Medicine King's relics. There were no restrictions on cultivation or number of people exploring the periphery. This time, all the experts, including Tuoba Xiong and the other family heads of the 16 great families, would be exploring the periphery. Although there was no Medicine King's legacy in the periphery, it was still an alternate plane after all, and there were some rare and precious fruits. This depended on one's luck because the periphery was too vast. No matter how small this alternate plane was, it was still an independent universe plane. Even if it could not be compared to the three great universe planes, it was not much smaller than a star area. In such a vast void, there were also some stars, and even some stars were full of vitality. There were no life forms, but there were plants. If one was lucky, one could still find some rare and precious fruits. 16 10,000-meter-long fortresses were waiting outside the void passage that was like a small black hole. The number of experts who stepped out of the fortresses and entered the void passage one after another and set foot on the alternate plane of the Medicine King's relics was more than 1,000 people. There were about 100 independent cultivators, and the rest were the experts of the 16 great clans. Everyone had already been informed that they had to return to the other side of the void passage in 30 days at the latest and come out as a group. Otherwise, when the Tuoba family removed the formation from the outside world, the void passage would disappear and they would never have the chance to come out again. In order to maintain the void passage that connected to the alternate plane for a month, the Tuoba family could be considered to have invested a lot of resources. More than 1,000 experts entered the void passage one after another. What appeared in front of them was still a similar void, but it was obviously not the Heavenly War starfield. The exit of the void passage was also a small star vortex that was like a black hole, hanging outside the atmosphere of a giant star. All the experts stepped out from this star vortex. This small star vortex was very eye-catching, and could be seen even from very far away in the void. Therefore, the experts who entered the alternate plane scattered in all directions to explore. They did not have to worry about getting lost or not being able to find their way back. As far as the eye could see, the dark void around them was dotted with large and small stars, some of which were even emitting light and heat. This place did not seem to be much different from the third universe. The only difference was that the simple aura was much thicker, but it was still very far from being desolate. In addition, its territory was relatively small, not even comparable to an ordinary star field in the third universe. This was the Medicine King's relics, a small alternate plane in the universe. As for the so-called core of the Medicine King's remains, it was located in the depths of the star field of the alien plane. There was no need to look for it. Everyone saw it as soon as they stepped out of the small star vortex. This scene was so strange that all the experts who entered this alternate plane for the first time were caught off guard. They all subconsciously opened their mouths wide, and their faces were full of sluggishness. They even suspected that they were hallucinating. There was a super huge star in front of them. This was not the key was the shape of this star. It was clearly a three-legged, four-eared cauldron. The legendary bronze treasures of the desolate era generally looked like this, but the one in front of them was too big. It was even bigger than the Heavenly War Star of the Heavenly War Empire. It was a superstar. My God, is this really a star? I suspect that it is a giant cauldron, a bronze cauldron from ancient times. No, from the legendary desolate era, a supreme treasure. Is that the core of the Medicine King's relics? The so-called Medicine King's relics are in that giant bronze cauldron. No wonder, the Medicine King's relics are the inheritances of alchemy. How can alchemy be separated from the cauldron? It is understandable that the ultimate Medicine King's relics are hidden in such a giant cauldron. This giant cauldron is amazing. It originated from the Medicine King's lineage in ancient times. How could they have such a supreme treasure? It seems unlikely. If there is no accident, this cauldron, even in the hands of the Medicine King's lineage in ancient times, should be a supreme treasure. It was not made by the Medicine King's lineage in ancient times. It is very likely that it came from the more distant desolate era. Chapter 32-46. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Shannon Cauldron, Ding. Congratulations to the host for discovering the primordial treasure, Shannon Cauldron. Do you wish to collect it immediately? Shannon Cauldron. Yi Xian was stunned. Although it was only a primordial treasure and not a primordial treasure, Yi Xian felt as if his mind had exploded. He was completely stunned. He had thought that this gigantic cauldron would at most be called the Medicine King Cauldron. Even so, it would be eye-catching and shocking enough. He had never thought that its true origin would be so terrifying. It was actually the legendary primordial treasure, Shannon Cauldron. If it was the real deal, then this item was definitely not created by the Medicine King lineage of the primordial era. It was from the real primordial era. This point had been confirmed because the notification from the devouring system said that it was the primordial treasure, Shannon Cauldron, and not an imitation from the primordial era. To Yi Xian, this was definitely the treasure he needed the most right now. The Shannon Cauldron of the primordial era was the ancestor of alchemy. The legend of the Shannon Cauldron tasting hundreds of herbs had been passed down from generation to generation for countless years. If he could obtain this Shannon Cauldron, Yi Xian would be able to go all the way in alchemy and gene concoction research. Even if he could not find the continuation of the hollow technique in the future, he would be able to reach the pinnacle of human evolution with just this Shannon Cauldron. Originally, he thought that the so-called inheritance of the King of Medicine would be a general outline of alchemy or secret techniques. In that case, no matter how high the level was, there would still be a limit. But now, it seemed that this so-called inheritance of the King of Medicine was most likely this Shannon Cauldron. Perhaps there were other inheritances of the Medicine King lineage left in the cauldron, but compared to this Shannon Cauldron, everything else was instantly insignificant. As long as he could refine this Shannon Cauldron and take it away, this trip would be worth it. Yi Xian would no longer need to painstakingly search for all kinds of alchemy secrets and secret techniques of the other top clans in the dynasty. Because all of this could be found in the Shannon Cauldron, and it would be far better than all of them. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's breathing quickened and his heart surged. He couldn't wait to order the system to retrieve the Shannon Cauldron, flee with it, and find a place to refine it. However, all of this was obviously impossible. Although the system had discovered the Shannon Cauldron and asked whether it should be collected, this did not mean that the system really had the ability to successfully collect the Shannon Cauldron. It wasn't as if such a situation had never happened before. When the system asked if he could immediately collect it, it merely told him that the item could be collected. However, whether or not he had the ability to do so was another matter altogether. This was a star much larger than the heavenly battle star of the heavenly battle empire. Although as a desolate era treasure, it could change its size according to one's will, but that was based on the premise that it could be refined or recognized as its master. Before this, even if a universe supreme being came, he would absolutely not be able to shake it in the slightest. If it was a natural star of the same size, the mighty figure of heaven and earth might be able to destroy it with one punch. However, this was an ancient artifact. Now that it had appeared in such a terrifying form, the mighty figure of heaven and earth might not even be able to move it, let alone destroy it with one punch. Otherwise, whether it was the Linghu clan that first discovered the King of Medicine's remains, or the Tuoba clan that discovered it later, even if there was no universe supreme being in the clan, couldn't they ask for help from the Heavenly Battle Empire? This was also a great merit. But in fact, the Shinong cauldron was still here, and this alone was enough to explain the problem. If one wanted to take this cauldron away, there was no other way. The only feasible way was to obtain the King of Medicine's inheritance, and then go one step further and find a way to refine this cauldron from the King of Medicine's inheritance, then successfully refine it, or obtain its recognition and make it recognize its master. In this way, one could make the cauldron as big or small as they wanted, and successfully take it away and make it their own. The King of Medicine's inheritance is in this bronze cauldron that is like a star. When the surrounding experts were still exclaiming, Yi Xian's breathing was rapid, and his heart was surging, Tuoba Xiong suddenly said, "This is a treasure. I even suspect that it is not only from ancient times, but it is very likely to be an item from the desolate era. Inside it, there should be another space. That space is the core of the King of Medicine's remains. To obtain the King of Medicine's inheritance, one must enter the internal space of this cauldron. My Tuoba clan has tried to do this many times, but unfortunately, it has not succeeded. If we force our way in, this cauldron will pour out endless mysterious power. That power, even a universe supreme being of the 15th realm, would have to suffer, and would not even have the chance to escape. The only way is to obtain the recognition of the King of Medicine's ancient tablet, and under the protection of the ancient tablet's power, enter the cauldron. After obtaining the King of Medicine's ancient tablet, I studied it carefully for a period of time. Although I did not get the tablet to recognize me as its master, at least I have figured out some of the rules." Speaking of this, Tuoba Xiong turned his head and glanced at Yi Xian. After a short pause, he continued, "The King of Medicine's ancient tablet has recognized you as its master. Now, what you need to do is to take out the ancient tablet, hang it above your head, activate its power, and pour out the ancient tablet's brilliance like a waterfall. Everyone who enters the internal space of the King of Medicine's ancient tablet must be under the protection of the ancient tablet's brilliance before they can approach safely. After entering, they will be safe and can move freely. Of course, according to the restrictions of the King of Medicine's ancient tablet, the number of people who can enter is 20, including Linghu. Everyone's cultivation must be below the origin realm. At most, the black hole has reached the peak of the 9th rank. Otherwise, the moment they enter, they will be wiped out by the King of Medicine's cauldron. In addition, there may be some creatures like pet beasts in your body or in some storage magic treasures. Whether these creatures can be summoned after entering the King of Medicine's cauldron is unknown. So, regarding this matter, you'd better treat it with caution. Otherwise, once they are summoned, they will be wiped out by the internal rules of the King of Medicine's cauldron. That will be your own loss. I have to remind you of this matter in advance." At this point, basically everything that needed to be explained had been explained. Tuoba Xiong did not say anything more. After a short pause, he turned his head and glanced at the leaders of the Xinyuan family and the other top families. Seeing that they all nodded and had nothing to add, he looked at Yi Xian again and said in a deep voice, "Linghu, do you have any other questions? If you don't, you can use the ancient tablet of the Medicine King now and activate its power. It will pour down like a waterfall and protect the other 19 heavens prides of the various aristocratic families as they slowly enter the Medicine King's ancient cauldron together. This matter, there shouldn't be any danger, right? I am a person who is very afraid of death. Seeing such a big cauldron, now half of my soul has flown away." Chapter 32-47. Shocking Changes, Xiao. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as the Medicine King's ancient tablet rushed out from the top of Yi Xian's head. It expanded in the wind and transformed into a simple and unadorned heavy tablet that was about 3 meters long. The Medicine King's tablet, Linghu Chong, and the other ancient words on it all disappeared. Although it didn't reveal its complete form, its size was still shocking enough. It floated a few hundred meters above Yi Xian's head and poured out a waterfall-like green glow. With Yi Xian's figure as the center, the area within a radius of 300 meters was completely enveloped. The younger generation of the 16 great clans did not hesitate and moved one after another. They included Zhao Qianru of Bodhi Technology, Yuan Zhuo of Celestial Biotech, Dongfang Lin of Shenong Biotech, the Purplish Warbler from Heavenly Underworld Empire, the 2 successors of the Huangfu and Nangong clans, Tuoba Lin Feng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian, as well as the other 3 Heaven's Pride juniors from the 3 great clans of Heaven Battle Planet behind them. Apart from them, there were also the successors of the Duanmu, Wu Ma, and Shinta clans led by Duanmu Xiaocha from Heavenly Wind Empire, as well as the other 4 Heaven's Pride juniors from the Huyan clan, Bailey clan, Pingqing Pharmaceuticals, and Life Genetics clans. A total of 19 people flew out and gathered within 1,000 feet of Yi Xian. Their bodies were all shrouded in the green light of the Medicine King's tablet above Yi Xian's head. However, several groups of people were practically all located in different directions. Among them, the Heaven Battle Stars Tuoba Lin Feng and the others were gathered together, clearly forming a small group. As for the others, some formed small groups based on the regions they came from, and some acted on their own, vigilantly watching everyone else in secret. Among them, the Purplish Warbler from Heavenly Underworld Empire was alone. Clearly, he did not join forces with the successors of the Huangfu and Nangong clans. Yi Xian saw all this and immediately felt a little embarrassed. Without a doubt, the reason why the Purplish Warbler did not gather with the successors of the Huangfu and Nangong clans was clearly because Yi Xian had previously caused the Xianyuan family to be in the eye of the storm. Perhaps he had been ridiculed by the Huangfu and Nangong clans. These people had not even entered the core area of the Medicine King's remains, but they were already showing signs of competition. Yi Xian sneered in his heart. He made up his mind that once he entered, apart from the Purplish Warbler, everyone else, he would suppress them all. Even the heirs of the Huangfu and Nangong families, who were also from the Heavenly Underworld planet, were no exception. These 2 fellows hadn't gotten too close to Xianyuan Ziying in the past few days, and when they looked at her from time to time, they still had mocking expressions on their faces. I must take advantage of this opportunity to teach them a good lesson. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian sneered. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward and slowly swept towards the Shenong cauldron that was like a huge star in front of him. As his figure moved, the Medicine King's ancient tablet that was suspended hundreds of feet above his head also moved, causing the green light area below to also move at the same time. The other 19 successors of the various great families and the younger generation Heaven's Prides in this protective area did not dare to hesitate and also moved. Some of them were closer to Yi Xian in the protective area, while others were at the edge of the outer circle. The former was worried that if Yi Xian moved too quickly, he would be caught off guard and thrown out of the protective area. The latter planned to be at the edge of the protective circle after entering the core area of the Medicine King's remains. When the time came, they would be able to retreat immediately and avoid any attacks that might come at any time. At the same time, they would be able to rush into the depths of the core area as quickly as possible and make their move in advance to fight for the Medicine King's inheritance. In short, each of them had their own thoughts and plans. Seeing Yi Xian and the other 20 people slowly moving away under the protective light of the Medicine King's ancient tablet, the 1,000 or so people led by Tuoba Xiong, Gong Yang Buhui, Changyu Jinglong, Duanmu Liangling, Yuan Changfeng, Old Man Xianyuan, and the other leaders of the various great families all gathered their gazes and watched them move forward step by step. There were nearly 1,000 people who entered, but the leaders of the various great families would not leave. They would always guard the surroundings of the Shenong cauldron, waiting for Yi Xian and the others to successfully obtain the Medicine King's inheritance and rush out. Of course, in the eyes of Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, Changyu Jinglong, and the others, Yi Xian would never have the chance to come out again. As for the other experts of the various great families and rogue cultivators, they would spread out and explore this vast alien plane that was like a small star field, to see if there were any other fortunes. Now that Yi Xian and the other 20 heavens prides of the various great families had already moved out, the 1,000 or so people who entered watched them walk halfway before they all turned around and left. Yi Xian and the others were seeking the core fortune, so they did not want to fall behind others. The outer area of the Medicine King's ancient ruins was as vast as a small star field, and there were also some hidden fortunes waiting for them to explore. Very soon, the 1,000 or so people who entered had all left. They were in the outer area, so there was no need to deliberately slow down. In the blink of an eye, there were only Tuoba Xiong and the other leaders of the various great families, family heads, and elders left. They would wait here for an entire month. Once someone rushed out, whether or not they had obtained the Medicine King's inheritance, they would be the first to take care of them. Of course, some were to protect them, and some were to secretly prevent them from leaving, in case they carried the Medicine King's inheritance with them. Above the divine dragon cauldron, which was larger than a star, there was always a layer of 9-colored fog, which revealed an inexplicable pressure, blocking the approach of living creatures. Even if the mighty people of heaven and earth tried to force their way in, they would be blocked by this layer of dense fog, unable to move forward and fall into the inner world of the divine dragon cauldron. At this moment, Yi Xian, with the Medicine King's ancient tablet hanging above his head, had already arrived at the edge of the cauldron. As he took a step, Yi Xian had already brought half of the green waterfall light into the cauldron. Seeing this scene, Tuoba Xiong, the leader of the Xianyuan family, and the other leaders of the various great families all breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on their faces. No matter what, at least they had successfully entered the inner world of the cauldron. It was also at this moment that a sudden change occurred. A black lightning suddenly shot out from the edge of the divine dragon cauldron, and directly entered the left side of the green waterfall light that had not yet entered the inner world of the cauldron. Suddenly, 4 figures appeared, and all of them were shrouded in thick black fog. At the same time, in the right side of the green waterfall light, a mysterious light suddenly appeared, and like a teleportation, it directly sent the 4 figures that were wrapped in blazing white light into the green waterfall light. In the blink of an eye, there were actually 8 figures that entered randomly, and directly rushed into the inner world of the cauldron covered in green waterfall light. The direct result of this change was that the 8 figures that suddenly entered randomly rushed into the inner world of the cauldron at lightning speed, wearing the Medicine King's ancient tablet's green waterfall light. Chapter 32:48. Halting the blade. The shocking change happened too quickly. Before the 8 figures could react, they were already squeezed out. 4 of them were the heirs of the Huyan clan, the Bailey clan, the Pengqing Pharmaceutical Company, and the Life Gene Company. The 4 of them had gathered together at the edge of the green waterfall radiance. As soon as the black lightning rushed in, they were immediately squeezed out. The other 4 people were the successors of the Wu Ma and Shintu clans, 2 of the 3 great clans of the Heavenly Wind Empire. After the 2 of them were squeezed out, in the entire Heavenly Wind Empire, only Duanmu Xiaoqiao of the Duanmu clan had entered the Dragon God Cauldron. The last 2 people were Dongfang Lin from the Shenong Jin from the Immortal Planet and the heir of the Nangong family from the Heavenly Nether Empire. At this moment, as the 8 of them were squeezed out of the green waterfall, the other existences had already completely entered the divine dragon cauldron and disappeared. The leaders of the 8 great families and forces who were squeezed out of the younger generation glared angrily at Tuoba Xiong, Gong Yang Buhui, and Changyu Jinglong. Obviously, they thought that this was a small trick by them. This was especially true for the people in charge of the Huyan clan, the Bailey clan, the Pengqing Pharmaceutical Company, and the Life Gene Company. At this moment, they were simply about to explode from anger. Although they did not come from the imperial capital's immortal planet, nor were they aristocratic families from the three great empires' imperial capitals. Imperial capital, they were the four forces in the entire imperial capital that similarly possessed the ability to concoct level 8 elixirs. Because their ancestral grounds were not in the imperial capital, nor were they in the three great imperial capitals, their foundations were naturally weaker than the other great clans and powers. It was also because of this that the four of them had always been tightly bound together. Originally, it was thought that there were four of them, and moreover, they worked closely together to form a tight group. This time, he would most likely be able to obtain the Medicine King's inheritance. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? He did not even manage to enter the door and was directly eliminated. At this moment, the leaders of the four forces were filled with righteous indignation. They gritted their teeth and glared at Tuo Ba Xiong's group. They were sure that it was them who did this, and they did not want to give others a chance to live. Tuo Ba Xiong, don't you think this is too much? There was clearly an agreement before that each of your three clans would have 2 people enter, yet you are still not satisfied. Since you broke the agreement, don't be afraid that I'll do anything to the juniors of your 3 families when those kids come out. The Life Gene Society is not to be trifled with. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became heavy, and there was a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. A fight could break out at any time. Bullshit, bullshit. At this time, Tuo Ba Xiong was also furious. Being wrongly accused was a small matter, but the 2 groups of people who came in randomly. Each group had 4 people, and their 3 families only had 6 people. If those 2 groups of people joined hands, the King of Medicine's inheritance would have nothing to do with their 3 families. At this time, he was also very angry, and he was a little incoherent. Fellow Taoists, don't panic. Can't you see? That black lightning bolt is the bloodline talent of the second universe's Yin demons. We were tricked by an outsider. On the contrary, the head of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Buhue, was not in a hurry. He hurriedly advised, we must not panic. Otherwise, once we fight, won't the spy of the Yin demon clan take the opportunity to escape after getting the King of Medicine's inheritance? Don't forget that the Yin demon clan is not a race of the Federation. If they really succeed, our King of Medicine's inheritance will fall into the hands of the alien race. That's right, there's still a chance for a turnaround. Although there were 8 people just now, in this old man's opinion, the other 4 shouldn't be from the alien race, but from the human race. Although they deliberately concealed themselves with the blazing white light around them, their auras couldn't escape our detection. Chang Yu, who was standing at the side, hurried over and tried to persuade him, it's a pity that we can only sense that they are humans. We don't know which force is causing trouble, but we can find out later. They will come out eventually. Moreover, since they are humans, they should not join hands with the 4 Yin demons. Our heavenly battle 3 great families have a total of 6 people who entered. If we work together, we will have the advantage. Even if there is internal competition among the humans, the King of Medicine's inheritance will most likely fall into the hands of our heavenly battle 3 great families. This old man, Brother Tuoba, and Brother Gongyang promised that once those brats take out the King of Medicine's inheritance, our 3 families will not take it for ourselves. We will more or less give some copies to each of you. How about this? Hearing him say this, although it was not a full copy, the people in charge of the Huyan family, Bailey family, Pingqing Pharmaceutical Company, and Life Gene Company were satisfied. Gu Feng temporarily stopped. No matter which family's descendant obtained the King of Medicine's inheritance, in the end, it was impossible to share the full copy. Even they were the same. Therefore, with the promise of the 3 great families of the Heaven Battle Planet, although the other clan heads and family heads were still indignant, they didn't say anything more. Instead, they were all waiting information, closely watching the farmer god cauldron in front of them. Right now, the only thing they were thinking was that no matter what, they had to stop those 4 Yin demon juniors from rushing out of the cauldron and using the chaos to escape. Boom! When the waterfall of green light from the King of Medicine's tablet passed through the dense nine-colored fog of the King of Medicine's cauldron, it produced a huge roar, causing the 20 people who entered, including Yi Xian, to feel dizzy. For a moment, they were absent-minded and did not know where they were. After an unknown amount of time, when Yi Xian regained consciousness, he opened his eyes and found that he had actually fallen into a medicinal garden. There was no one around him, only him. The King of Medicine's tablet. His eyelids twitched. His first thought was to check if the King of Medicine's tablet was lost. Putting aside the miraculous nature of this tablet, it must be of great use in the space inside the farmer god cauldron. Perhaps it was the only hope to obtain the King of Medicine's inheritance and find the farmer god cauldron. In fact, ever since he realized that this star-like cauldron was the legendary farmer god cauldron, Yi Xian's primary goal of this exploration was no longer the King of Medicine's inheritance, but the farmer god cauldron. After all, the farmer god cauldron was from the desolate era, but the King of Medicine's inheritance was left behind in ancient times. According to his estimation, the so-called King of Medicine's inheritance was most likely obtained from the farmer god cauldron. Perhaps it was only the tip of the iceberg. As long as he obtained the farmer god cauldron, it was no longer important whether he obtained the King of Medicine's inheritance or not. Although Yi Xian thought that the method of refining the farmer god cauldron might be discussed in the King of Medicine's inheritance, after thinking about it carefully, the possibility of this was not very high. This required him to explore. At this moment, after investigating, he quickly relaxed. After entering the farmer god cauldron, the King of Medicine's tablet had not disappeared. It had automatically entered his sea of consciousness, rotating side by side with the Rai-D seal in the center of his sea of consciousness. But the strange thing was that the 3 words, King of Medicine's tablet, had completely disappeared, including the 3 words, Ling Hu Chong, that had appeared on it. The King of Medicine's tablet was different from before after rushing through the layer of 9-colored fog at the mouth of the farmer god cauldron. It had become more simple, exuding a strong ancient aura, and its appearance had changed by at least a third. Could it be? Chapter 32-49. The second primordial treasure. This ancient tablet was not the so-called Medicine King's tablet at all. It should be a medium key to refine the Shenong cauldron. To be precise, it was a pestle. The Shenong pestle. This cauldron originated from the primordial era. It could be big or small. If it was big, it could turn into a giant star cauldron. Dragons, phoenixes, and unicorn could all enter it and use the power of the stars as a furnace to cook great herbs. At this moment, the Medicine King's tablet was like a shovel of heaven and earth. It churned in the cauldron and evenly distributed the medicinal power. If it was small, it could turn into a small medicine pot and be used to grind herbs. At this moment, the Medicine King's tablet was a small pestle. They were originally a set and came from the same source. However, later on, the Shenong cauldron and the Shenong pestle were obtained by the Medicine King's lineage in the primordial era. This pestle was refined by the Medicine King and covered with a layer of material to fake it as the Medicine King's tablet. As such, as long as the secret of the Medicine King's tablet was not discovered, no one could refine the Shenong cauldron. This pestle was the key to refining the Shenong cauldron. It was the core item. Right now, this pestle was pouring down green waterfalls to protect Yi Xian and the rest as they entered the Shenong cauldron. At the mouth of the cauldron, it was refined by the 9-colored mist of the cauldron. The disguise on the surface was removed, revealing its true form. All of this was just Yi Xian's guess. However, he was confident that this guess was basically the truth. This was because the Medicine King's tablet that was hanging in the sky above his sea of consciousness had indeed changed greatly. Previously, it was a tablet, but now it was a cylinder. It was thin at the top and thick at the bottom. It looked exactly the same as the pestle. It was no wonder that it could hang in the sky above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness like the Rai-D seal. Only the Tower of Desolate Antiquity had the qualifications to do so. Even the black gold dragon scale and the golden bow did not occupy the sky above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. If it was merely the Medicine King's tablet from the ancient era, how could it be mentioned in the same breath as the Tower of Inheritance from the desolate era? However, it was a different story if it was the Farmer God Cauldron from the Antiquity era. Although the Farmer God Pestle was not the Farmer God Cauldron, it was the core of this set of treasures from the Antiquity era. The Farmer God Pestle was the key to the Farmer God Cauldron. The Farmer God Pestle was qualified to be on the same level as the Rai Di seal and replace the Tower of Antiquity. It hung quietly in the central region above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Right at this moment, Yi Xian heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the primordial treasure, Shenong Pestle. He had already refined it. Shenong Pestle, combine with the primordial treasure, Shenong Cauldron, to form a set of primordial treasures. Sure enough, as the outer shell of the Medicine King tablet was vaporized by the 9-colored mist of the Shenong Cauldron and revealed its true appearance, the result of the devouring system's appraisal of it was also different. From this, it could be seen that the Medicine King's bloodline was extraordinary. The Medicine King from the ancient era was only covered with a layer of outer shell by the Farmer God Pestle. It could actually block the appraisal of the devouring system. It was truly extraordinary. His guess was confirmed. At this moment, Yi Xian was completely excited. Everything was as he expected. The Medicine King's tablet was the Farmer God Pestle. It was the same as the Farmer God Cauldron. Both of them were primordial treasures. However, if the two of them were combined together to form a set, then it would instantly rise in rank and become a primordial treasure like the Tower of Antiquity. This was clearly the rhythm of obtaining another primordial treasure. If he could also obtain the Farmer God Cauldron, then Yi Xian would have two primordial treasures in his hands. His devouring doppelganger would have the Tower of Antiquity, while his original body would have the Farmer God Cauldron set. With such a foundation, where could he not go in the boundless starry sky? At this moment, Yi Xian was filled with lofty aspirations. However, although the Farmer God Pestle had already recognized Yi Xian as its master, to refine the Farmer God Cauldron and completely control this set of primordial treasures was clearly not something that could be done easily. Yi Xian still had a long way to go. When these two primordial treasures were combined together, they would form a set of primordial treasures. However, since they were a set, it meant that they were a complete set. At the same time, they were also relatively independent. Although Yi Xian had already refined the Farmer God Pestle, it was only a key to enter the inner space of the Farmer God Cauldron. It only gave Yi Xian the qualifications to try to refine the Farmer God Cauldron. Yi Xian had to refine the two primordial treasures separately and make them recognize him as their master. Only then could he obtain the entire set of Farmer God Cauldron treasures. After going around in circles, he still had to think of a way to refine the Farmer God Cauldron by himself. As for the Farmer God Cauldron, it had nothing to do with this matter. As a key, it brought him in to obtain the qualifications to refine the Farmer God Cauldron, and its responsibilities were fulfilled. All of this was the information that Yi Xian obtained when he used his divine sense to touch the greatly changed Farmer God Cauldron. In the end, he smiled bitterly. Other than that, the Farmer God Cauldron did not give me any hints. It seems that I have to rely on myself. This is clearly a test. Shaking his head and sighing, he looked around and began to observe the surroundings of the herb garden. As far as the eye could see, the interior space of the Farmer God Cauldron was no different from the interior of a planet. This greatly surprised Yi Xian. This was not a space-type treasure, but a cauldron used to refine great medicines. If the interior of the cauldron was no different from the interior of a planet, how could he refine great medicines? If he lit a fire, wouldn't everything be burned to ashes? With this doubt in mind, Yi Xian soared into the sky. Although there were many strange fruits and herbs in the medicinal garden, Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to pick them at all. As long as he refined the Shenong Cauldron, the entire cauldron would be as large as a planet. All the strange fruits and immortal herbs on the undulating mountains would be his in the end. There was really no need to give up on the basics. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the sky of the space within the cauldron. After looking down, he quickly discovered that this area was extremely vast. It was definitely compatible with the interior of a huge planet, but the terrain was very strange. The herb garden that Yi Xian was in was only the periphery. This ring of greenery was a large circle that was distributed around the periphery of the entire area, occupying less than half of the area. In the center of the entire area was a huge volcanic crater that occupied more than half of the entire area. Yi Xian immediately understood. As expected, it was a giant cauldron used to refine medicines. The volcano in the center must be used to refine great medicines. This was a huge volcano, and it was used as a cauldron. How extravagant! At the same time, other than the huge cauldron volcano in the center, the surrounding area was all herb gardens and undulating mountain ranges that could be used to cultivate strange fruits and herbs. There were also some strange beasts that could be seen here and there. There must be various minerals in the soil. The herbs, materials from ferocious beasts, and various rare minerals needed for refining medicines could be nurtured in the farmer god cauldron. At the same time, the central area could be used to refine great medicines. This farmer god cauldron was simply amazing. It could refine anything directly from the ground. Chapter 3250. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Using heart fire as a guide, Yi Xian gazed around the interior of the Shenong cauldron, but he was disappointed. He had hoped to find one or two buildings that might contain ancient books or stone tablets. Perhaps there would be some guidance on how to refine the cauldron, but now it seemed that everything was in vain. This space inside the cauldron was like the interior of a planet. Apart from the central region, which was used as a huge cauldron to refine the great herbs of heaven and earth, the surrounding area was surrounded by rolling hills and herb gardens. There was no trace of human activity. Helpless, Yi Xian could only work on the Shenong pestle that had already been refined. With a thought, the Shenong pestle was summoned from his knowledge sea. It turned into a cylindrical pestle that was 100 feet long. It was thin at the top and thick at the bottom, and it had a round head that was used to pestle herbs. The Shenong pestle and the Shenong cauldron had been separated for countless years. Perhaps this was the first time they had reunited in hundreds of millions of years, so it naturally caused a strange phenomenon. As the Shenong pestle was summoned, the entire interior of the cauldron suddenly shook violently above the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. From the depths of the cauldron, a wave of 9 colored flames surged into the sky. At the same time, the Shenong pestle that was 100 feet long also released a boundless 9-colored light that illuminated the entire area. In Yi Xian's mind, the devouring system's notification sounded. This must be because the Shenong cauldron and the Shenong pestle had reunited and caused some changes. The devouring system had captured some information and displayed it in Yi Xian's mind. He had finally obtained information on how to refine the cauldron. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. He immediately checked the devouring system's database and found that the information on the Shenong cauldron and the Shenong pestle had been updated. Among them was the method to refine the Shenong cauldron. In summary, it could be summarized in one sentence: use the heart fire to ignite the 9-colored flame of chaos in the central region's volcano cauldron. If he could obtain a 1-colored flame, the cauldron would be considered a success. He would be able to control the size of the cauldron at will. However, a mere 1-colored flame of chaos would only be able to display 1/9 of the Shenong cauldron's power. The medicinal efficacy of the great medicine of heaven and earth that was refined was also limited. In the future, when he could ignite the chaotic 9-colored flame with his heart fire, he would be considered to have fully grasped most of the power of this Shenong cauldron. At that time, the great medicine of heaven and earth that he could refine would be called a desolate era treasure medicine. After understanding all of this, Yi Xian was immediately stunned. As expected of a treasure from the primordial era. He didn't expect it to contain the chaotic nine-colored flame. It was no wonder that when he looked at the cauldron from the outside, the mouth of the cauldron was filled with a nine-colored secret fog. It must be related to the chaotic nine-colored flame. He had never heard of this kind of flame before, but since it had the name of primal chaos and 9 colors, it was obvious that it was something extraordinary. This made him even more surprised, but at the same time, there was a problem. In order to refine this Shinong cauldron, one had to ignite the 9-colored flame of chaos in the central domain's volcano cauldron. Although he only needed to obtain a 1-colored flame to successfully refine this cauldron, then he would be able to control its size and control it as he wished. Even if this 1-colored flame of chaos could only display 1/9 of this Shinong cauldron, he would accept it now. He only wanted to ignite the 1-colored flame with his heart fire and refine it first. However, Yi Xian didn't know what the heart fire was. How could he ignite this 1-colored flame? Depressed, Yi Xian immediately put the Shinong pestle that he had just summoned back into his sea of consciousness. After that, as the 9-colored flame in the central domain's volcano cauldron disappeared, Yi Xian began to search in the database of the devouring system. The search condition was all kinds of fire and flames between heaven and earth. If he wanted to successfully ignite the chaotic 9-colored flame with his heart fire, he had to at least understand what the heart fire was, where it came from, and how to control it. As a result, he was once again dumbfounded. After the search condition was given, the devouring system instantly listed all the information related to the heavenly flames in the system's database. Hundreds of pages were voluminous and extremely detailed. Yi Xian quickly scanned through with his divine sense. He saw the heavenly raging fire, Samadhi true fire, 6 yang divine fire, 9 underworld fire, Nanmingli fire, mysterious Yin cold flame, and all kinds of flames that he had never heard of before. However, there was no such thing as the so-called heart fire. This time he was completely at a loss. After being blocked again and again, even the anger in his heart surged. Unfortunately, this wasn't the heart fire that the Shinong cauldron had mentioned. Otherwise, with Yi Xian's current state of rage, not to mention the chaotic 9-colored flame, most likely he would directly ignite the chaotic 9-colored flame. After a long time, although the result was a little more clues, in the end, it was cut off here again. There was no way to continue. Yi Xian was so angry that his nostrils were about to spit fire. He didn't know if this could be considered as nasal fire. After a moment of bad fun, he immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was also at this time that the surrounding figures had already swept over one after another. Even from a distance, they all burst out shouting, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, Changyu Xiaotian, and 3 other people came from a direction first. They were extremely excited and shouted. "Oh! Brothers, did you see that? That strange scene just now was so shocking." 100 feet long pestle rushed out from the depths of the volcano, accompanied by a 9-colored light. This is definitely the King of Medicine's inheritance. Yes, the King of Medicine's most important item is naturally the medicine pounding pestle. I didn't expect the legendary King of Medicine's inheritance to be hidden in a treasure pestle. If it wasn't for this kid's luck that triggered the treasure, I'm afraid we would have to painstakingly search for it. Linghu Chong, quickly hand over the treasure pestle. We have seen it just now. The treasure pestle was taken into your body. We have many people, so don't take any chances. Otherwise, don't be afraid that this young master will disregard our old friendship and kill you. The 2 women, Purplish Warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha, gathered together at this moment, also quickly rushed over at this moment. Their expressions were strange, but they didn't say anything. Zhao Qianru of Bodhi Technology and Yuan Zhua of Celestial Worthy Creatures came from the same direction. Although their expressions were gloomy, they didn't say anything. The last person, Huangfu Zhua of the heavenly underworld planet's Huangfu family, also shouted from a distance, Linghu Chong, you are a rogue cultivator. You can't protect the King of Medicine's inheritance. Hand it over immediately, and we will spare your life. Rogue cultivator. If my Linghu family's young master is a rogue cultivator, wouldn't your 16 great families be worse than a rogue cultivator? Just as Huangfu's Wu finished speaking, 4 figures rushed over from the west, full of murderous intent. They were all black hole rank 9 perfection, humph. Back then, when my Linghu family dominated the dynasty gene fluid field, your 16 great families weren't even worthy to carry our shoes. How dare you be so arrogant today? Bullshit. I am the Linghu family's young master. That Linghu Chong is a fake. Are you 4 blind? Chapter 3251. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Greetings. Young Master Linghu Ju's lungs were about to explode when he heard the 4 Clear River Pavilion experts address Yi Xian as Linghu Young Master. He didn't know about Hu Qing's existence. When the Linghu family was in trouble, he wasn't even born yet. Linghu Young Master, who escaped, was his father. He was very young at that time, so he didn't know that the Linghu family head had saved someone called Hu Qing. In addition, the Linghu family had been living in the second universe all these years, so they didn't come back to look for their so-called family members. They had long thought that those who didn't escape were all dead. At the same time, although Hu Qing had secretly inquired about the situation of Linghu Young Master's descendants after they escaped, no matter how long he extended his reach, it was impossible for him to extend his reach all the way to the second universe. Besides, even in the second universe, Linghu Young Master's descendants were very low-key and used an alias to travel. Therefore, it was impossible for Hu Qing to find them. For Linghu Ju, the sudden appearance of a person calling himself Young Master Linghu was enough to make him depressed. He felt as if his identity had been taken advantage of. Today, he saw and heard with his own eyes another group of people calling this fake Young Master Linghu family head with such seriousness. He was about to explode from anger. Moreover, he subconsciously regarded Yi Xian and the 4 Clear River Pavilion experts as a group. God damn it. They actually dared to take advantage of this Linghu family head's name in groups. Who did our Linghu family offend? These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Linghu Ju even had the intention to kill. No, he had this thought for a long time. However, his killing intent had only locked onto Yi Xian, and now there were 4 more people. He wanted to kill all those who took advantage of the Linghu family head's name. Thinking of this, Linghu Ju's eyes were about to split open. He stared fiercely at Yi Xian and the 4 Clear River Pavilion experts, gnashing his teeth. You bunch of traitors, how dare you take advantage of my name? This is unforgivable. Today, all of you will die. Impudent. Who are you? How dare you speak to the Linghu family's young master like this? Humph, a thief calling out a thief, yet you're still so confident. As a human, you actually colluded with the Yin demons, a race that can't even be considered a race of the Federation, and infiltrated my human race's Universe 3. Such a thief actually dares to use my Linghu family's name. You are the one who is courting death. The 4 experts from the Clear River Pavilion immediately flew into a rage and sternly rebuked Linghu Ju. At the same time, one of them respectfully cupped his hands towards Yi Xian. Young Master, this thief has tarnished the reputation of our Linghu clan. He should be killed. Please give the order, Young Master. The 4 of us will capture him and kill him after we find out who is behind this. This, Yi Xian did not feel good. He knew very well that he was Li Gui. The main character was here. However, it seemed that they did not know each other. Moreover, the guy who called himself Young Master Linghu actually had 2 Yin demons behind him. Although the Yin demons were also a race of the second universe, they did not join the Myriad Net Federation. They were both friends and foes of the Federation. Similarly, they were both friends and foes of the Tianji clan in the first universe. From this, it seemed that the real Young Master Linghu most likely came from the second universe. Since that was the case, they naturally did not know about the Clear River Pavilion. In addition, it was one thing for the Linghu bloodline to hide in the second universe, but they actually colluded with the scheming clan. If this news were to spread, the Linghu family's reputation would really be damaged. Forget it, forget it. He had more or less received some benefits from them. Since he was using their name, he would help them clean up their house to protect their reputation. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's face sank. He raised his hand and pointed at Linghu Ju. He coldly said, "Capture him immediately. If he resists, kill him immediately. There is no need to leave such a thief alive. Next time, just kill him if you encounter him." Yes. The powerhouse of the Clear River Pavilion was also very angry. Yi Xian's words were exactly what he wanted. Immediately, his face lit up with joy. After receiving the order, he turned around and attacked Linghu Ju with the other 3 people at the same time. There were 8 people on both sides, all of whom had the cultivation of black hole great perfection. At this moment, they were fighting in pairs. It was so shocking that the sky was in chaos. It was impossible to have a result in a short time. Everything that happened before was seen by the others. They had long been convinced of Yi Xian's identity as young Master Linghu. Even the purplish warbler was so. Her eyes were originally shining as she stared at Yi Xian, but now they were dim. She felt a little dejected. At the same time, she was a little unwilling. She secretly thought that she missed that bastard too much. A person who looked so different from him actually guessed that he was a disguise for a few days. You really are a bastard of the Linghu bloodline. You even secretly arranged for 4 subordinates to sneak into the Medicine King's remains and squeeze out the quota of the other great clans. Tuoba Linfeng was very surprised. He thought that the 8 people were all Yi Xian subordinates. Now it seemed that there were only 4. Although these 4 people had the cultivation of black hole great perfection, they were currently pinned down by the other 4 people. They couldn't come to Yi Xian's rescue at all, so there was no need to be afraid. In this case, Yi Xian was alone. On his side, there were 6 people from the 3 great clans, Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu. 4 of them had the cultivation of black hole great perfection. In his opinion, Yi Xian was simply cutting melons and vegetables. Thinking of this, Tuoba Linfeng suddenly grinned. "Linghu Chong, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. Either you take the initiative to hand over the Medicine King's inheritance, this young master will leave you an intact corpse, or, what kind of young master are you? You can't even enter the Clear River Pavilion. Sooner or later, you'll be a cripple." Yi Xian exposed the scars on the spot, raising the greatest hatred in Tuoba Linfeng's heart. 3 breaths is too short. This young master will give you 10 breaths of time. Either you immediately roll over here and beg for mercy. From now on, you'll be my slave. Bah, forget about being a slave. This young master can't stand such disgust. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless and purifying the air of the heaven-warring planet. These words were really like the extreme infall. He even used the word kill to purify the air. This immediately angered Tuoba Linfeng and the others. On the side, Duanmu Xiaocha and the others looked at each other, speechless. The purplish warbler frowned again. She didn't know why, but she suddenly had a feeling that this person was Yi Xian. Their style of speech was too similar. Ayaya, not good, not good. I've really been bewitched by that bastard. This is definitely the rhythm of qi deviation. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, the purplish warbler raised her hand and gently touched her cheek. Sure enough, it was hot, making her feel ashamed and angry. Pooh! Smelly brat, you're courting death. My Tianzhan 3 great clans, in your mouth, have all become slaves and maidservants? You're simply courting death. Tuoba Linfeng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He angrily roared and immediately took out his magic weapon. Together with Gong Yangji, Changyu Xiaotian, and the others, the 6 of them charged towards Yi Xian. Without waiting for Duanmu Xiaocha and the purplish warbler to react, they had already arrived and surrounded Yi Xian. Chapter 3252. Invincible glazed armor. Second form. Following Yi Xian's words, the quasi-starry sky treasure, the indestructible glass armor that he kept in the undying world, immediately transformed into an overflowing purple light that rushed out. Under the bright light, it transformed into an extraordinary armor that covered Yi Xian's body, causing his entire temperament to change in an instant, causing others to be dazzled. At the side, Duanmu Xiaocha and the others were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a dazzling and extraordinary armor before. The armors forged by the cultivator faction were mostly practical, unlike the armor made by the devouring system which pursued perfection. Moreover, this armor had been fused several times, and the advantages of each fusion were all taken in by the devouring system. Just its appearance alone was stunning. Duanmu Xiaocha's mouth was slightly open, and her eyes were full of stars. Heavens, is this still an armor? It's so beautiful. Zhao Qianru, who came from the undying planet, Bodhi technology, was also stunned. At this moment, Ling Huchong made her blush a little. His body was originally close to 2 meters tall and was incomparably tall, but his aura was a little rascally. Now, all his flaws were covered up by this stunning armor. For a moment, Zhao Qianru actually had an illusion, as if a figure that appeared in her dreams had really appeared. As for Yuan Zhua, who came from the undying planet, and Huang Fuzhua, who came from the heavenly underworld planet, both of them had gloomy expressions. Both of them felt the amazement of the 3 beauties present, and more or less, their hearts were disturbed. The purplish warbler, on the other hand, opened his eyes wide, and his breathing quickened. In just a moment, she confirmed Yi Xian's identity. Isn't he that big bastard? He tricked me so badly, I almost thought I was possessed. After all this time, it really was him. Back then, when Yi Xian fused his armor for the 4th time, he added a piece of purple phoenix glazed armor. That piece of armor was a purplish warbler's personal armor. At that time, Lu Luo had tried to stop him, saying that the armor had the scent of the purplish warbler, so it wasn't suitable to be auctioned. Right now, the purplish warbler was able to determine Yi Xian's identity precisely because she saw the shadow of the purple phoenix glazed armor on the indestructible glass armor. At the same time, after confirming Yi Xian's identity, her cheeks flushed red. That was his personal armor, and now it was on this guy's body. This was really, apart from that, the purplish warbler was even more shocked. Wasn't this guy in the Tenju Celestial Palace in the cultivation camp? Who would have thought that he would suddenly come to the Heavenly Battle Empire and cause such a huge disturbance? He was simply too monstrous. Who would have thought that his talent in the field of alchemy would be so terrifying? Just the fact that he perfectly passed the 3 stages of the Medicine King's tablet was enough to shock the purplish warbler. In addition, this big bastard's talent in alchemy was also terrifying. The last time she saw this armor, it wasn't so amazing. Now, it seemed like it was no different from a starry sky treasure. It was definitely not just starry sky epic grade, but at least quasi-starry sky treasure grade. Heavens, this big bastard can actually refine a quasi-starry sky treasure grade magic weapon. If so, she must go back and pester him to reforge all her weapons and armors. Keep the goodies within the family. What do you mean by keep the goodies within the family? It's so embarrassing, it's all this big bastard's fault. For a moment's slip of the tongue, the purplish warbler blushed. When this scene fell into Tuo Linfeng's eyes, he thought that she was attracted by Yi Xian after he put on the armor. Suddenly, he angrily shouted, Ling Huchong, you want to fight 1 against 6 with just a broken armor? Ha ha ha. I think you're just a wax spearhead that looks good but doesn't. No matter how good the armor is, this young master will just cut it in half. Chop. Before he finished speaking, a six-eared saber slashed down from the sky. With a boom, it slashed onto Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor, emitting a loud clanging sound. A fierce force spread out in all directions, shocking the ground below to the point that sand and rocks flew everywhere. However, Yi Xian remained calm, and his figure didn't even sway. As a quasi-starry sky treasure-grade armor, one aspect was its sturdiness, and the other was its defensive ability to neutralize attacks. On the contrary, after Tuoba Lin Feng slashed down with the saber, his figure was actually shaken back. After stabilizing his figure with great difficulty, he looked up and saw the six-eared saber hanging above his head. It was full of glaring holes, as if it was bitten by a dog. This scene was really unacceptable to him. Tuoba Lin Feng cried out, "This is impossible, this young master's weapon is a starry sky legendary grade treasure, poof." Yi Xian was so angry that he laughed. He glanced at Tuoba Lin Feng with a contemptuous expression. "Didn't I just say, you don't deserve to be called a young master? A starry sky legendary grade weapon, you have the nerve to call it a treasure. This young master's armor is a quasi-starry sky treasure grade treasure. It didn't break on the spot because this young master didn't activate it. Otherwise, how could your weapon break? Do you believe me, your head would turn into a pig's head." These words were too infuriating. On the side, Yuan Zhua and Huang Fuzuo couldn't help but blush slightly. Their weapons were also starry sky legendary grade, so wouldn't it mean that they didn't have the face to call themselves young masters? As for Duanmu Xiaocha, the stars in her eyes instantly increased. Heavens, a quasi-starry sky treasure. No wonder this treasure armor was so dazzling. Even the old ancestor of the clan did not have such a treasure armor. Moreover, it looked very new. It was clearly refined recently. Could it be that this guy knew a weapon refining grandmaster? No, I must ask him later. This young lady also wants one. It's too beautiful. Hearing these words, Zhao Qianru from Bodhi Technology's eyes suddenly lit up. She was also moved. Which girl didn't like to be beautiful? They also had armors and battle armors, but they were all crude and generally did not like to use them. It would be perfect if they could have an amazing and powerful quasi-starry sky supreme treasure grade artifact armor. All this fell into the purplish warbler's eyes. She immediately curled her lips and muttered in her heart, "Humph, this young lady isn't even close to the water yet, and you too want to think about it? No way." Then, her face turned red again. Using the phrase, quasi-starry sky treasure was a bit too much. Damn bastard, it's all his fault. The purplish warbler was going crazy. I'm going to die. Linghu Chong, if this young master doesn't suppress you today, I swear I'm not human. After being humiliated by Yi Xian time and time again, and every single time, he was the one who brought it upon himself. At this moment, Tuoba Lin Feng had already gone berserk and was roaring furiously. Together with Gong Yangji, Long Yu Xiao Tian, and the others, 6 figures simultaneously took out their magic treasures. Most of them were seals, heavy hammers, and the like, smashing towards Yi Xian from all directions. Not human. You're right. If you meet this young master, it will be difficult for you to be human. I'll directly beat you into a dog's head. Chapter 3253. Crazy Fatty Beat Boom. As Yi Xian's final roar sounded out, an incomparably boundless and formless force instantly surged out from the undying glass armor on his body. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's figure had already expanded explosively, and was completely gone. He was enveloped by the undying glass armor that had expanded into a battle armor. The entire mecha was 10 zhang tall, like a small mountain. Its entire body was purple and looked gorgeous. It had a perfect fusion of power and beauty, making people exclaim in amazement. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling battle armor transformed into an equally dazzling battle armor. Mecha were products of refining, and mecha were products of science and technology. Although the human race in the third universe also had mecha, they were not popular. Only the Tianji clan in the first universe had them. No one had ever thought that a mecha could have another form, turning into a terrifying mecha in the blink of an eye. This scene was too shocking and unimaginable. Even Yuan Zhua and Huangfu Zhua on the outside were dumbfounded. Zhao Qianru and Duanmu Xiaoqia were breathing rapidly. At this moment, the former's eyes were filled with stars. A supreme treasure armor that could change between mecha and mecha at any time was simply the dream of all strong people. It was just that no one had ever succeeded in refining it. This was no longer just a category of the same field. It was related to different fields such as refining and mecha manufacturing. In the past, no one had ever combined the essence of these two fields to successfully create such a flashy treasure armor. Heavens, there's actually a second form. A treasure armor, not only a personal battle armor, but also a heavy mecha. This is simply perfect. More importantly, whether it's the first mecha form or the second mecha form, they are both so gorgeous and perfect. It's too amazing. Xianyuan Ziying was similarly stunned, and she muttered to herself. Perhaps it was because the shock in her heart was too great, but this time, she didn't intentionally lower her voice, and it was heard by Zhao Qianru and Duanmu Xiaoqia. Damn it! That big bastard's level of equipment refinement has actually attained such an extent. This is clearly beyond the level of a grandmaster refiner. His progress is too fast. I don't care. Since I recognized his identity, this matter is not over. If you don't help me refine a similar type of treasure armor, I will. You will what? Without waiting for the purplish warbler to finish speaking, Duanmu Xiaoqia, whose eyes were filled with countless stars, leaned forward and whispered, Sister Ziying, do you know that guy? And from your tone, you seem to be very familiar. Yes or no, we all heard it. Was that treasure armor really refined by him himself? Heavens, is there really such a monster in this world? Unparalleled in refining medicine, unparalleled in refining weapons, this is simply unreasonable. Facing the second form of the indestructible glass armor, Zhao Qianru, who had always been reserved, could not remain calm. She also leaned forward stealthily. Seeing that the purplish warbler was about to refute and cover up, she immediately interrupted again. Sister Ziying, you have to think carefully. We are all women, you know how jealous we are of such a stunning treasure armor. If you refuse and don't help us hook up with contact that brat, we will all blabber about this matter. I don't know what we will say later. Ugh, the purplish warbler did not speak anymore. She raised her hand to her forehead, and her face turned green. What the hell is this? Battle armor. And it's actually this huge. It's 10 feet tall. Damn. A fist bigger than a casserole. Ouch. Pooh. Just as Duanmu Xiaoqia and Zhao Qianru were stealthily pestering the purplish warbler to inquire about Yi Xian's background, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian, who had just besieged Yi Xian, began to get beaten up. And it was a crazy beating. Yi Xian's indestructible glass armor was a quasi-starry sky treasure. Even if it was a magic treasure battle blade of the same level, it would only be able to leave a single mark on it. Unless the user's cultivation was much stronger than Yi Xian's, they wouldn't be able to use a battle blade of the same level to slash him apart. However, such a flashy thing, Tuoba Linfeng and the others did not dare to think about it, they did not even dare to think about it. At this moment, they suddenly saw a giant purple mecha the size of a small hill, waving a fist bigger than a casserole at them. These 6 people's faces instantly turned green. They screamed and turned around to escape. Even in the process of escaping, one of the fellows was struck in the back by the giant fist of Yi Xian's mecha. He fainted on the spot and fell to the ground. He lost consciousness and couldn't even crawl. Yu Xiaotian directly spat out blood. Just now, he took out a heavy seal and smashed it towards Yi Xian's forehead, but in the end, it was shattered by Yi Xian's punch. This was a refined magic treasure that was connected to his mind, so it directly backfired. Yu Xiaotian spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was sluggish, and he also fell to the ground below, losing his battle prowess. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 6 Black Hole Realm experts had been dealt with. Even if they did not die, they could not fight anymore. This feeling of not relying on others and fighting to his heart's content with his own strength made Yi Xian feel proud. His blood boiled as he raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, so this is the successor of the Heaven Battle Planet's 3 great clans. Why do I feel like a stray dog? Didn't you just say that you want to kill me and leave my corpse intact? Come, let's fight hand to hand or come together. I don't care. Want to run? Not so easy. You won't leave my corpse intact, so why should I be polite? At this time, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and the other 2 had already fled far away. Their expressions were no different from stray dogs. Although their cultivations were a few levels higher than Yi Xian's, they couldn't do anything about the fact that Yi Xian had a quasi-Starry Sky Treasure level Supreme Treasure armor. Even the Starry Sky Legend level saber had a row of holes in it, like a dog biting at a dog. How could they fight this battle? If they did not escape, they would really be beaten into a pulp if they stayed. Unfortunately, escaping was useless because the mecha was a weapon with both short-range and mid-range attack capabilities. No matter how fast they ran, as long as they could not escape more than 100 li in an instant, they would still be within the attack range. In fact, the 4 of them were running for their lives. Their speed was indeed extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already 70 to 80 li away, but it was useless. The mecha raised its arms and activated its mid-range attack mode. 2 black energy balls appeared on its 2 fists that were several times larger than a casserole and turned into pillars of light that directly shot out. Xiao! Xiao! The 2 fellows who were slightly behind were directly enveloped by the black pillars of light and instantly turned into nothingness. Taking